करत भाग्य विधाता।
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा
जल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा।
तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ गाथा।
जय गण मंगलदायक जय हे
भारत भाग्य विधाता
जय हे जय हे जय हे
जय जय।
and entrepreneurship development. This conference is a major academic event where researchers, industry leaders, and policymakers gather to discuss the latest advancement in the fields. This conference provides of our esteemed director, Dr. Preeti Agrawal ma'am, whose commitment to excellence has been instrumental in steering our institution towards greatness. gold environment. Now, we are privileged to have some of the most eminent personalities with us today. Let us take a moment to acknowledge their presence. We extend a heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed guests. Mrs. Sangeeta Patil, a guest of honor, is yet to come. I invite our Dean of Academics. I invite Director Dr. Preeti Agrawal ma'am to Dr. Anil Dongre for his inspiring contributions to education and the community. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Christopher Scalzo, US Fulbright Specialist from the sunny Morrisville, New York, and a keynote speaker for the event. I request Dr. Yogita Patil ma'am to felicitate Dr. Christopher Scalzo with a floral bouquet and memento. Dr. Anil Dongre will felicitate Dr. Christopher sir with give a huge round of applause please. Thank you. Additionally, we are delighted to acknowledge the presence of esteemed members of RGI family, Dr. Preeti Agrawal, Director, GHRCEM Jalgaon, Dr. Sanjay Sekawat, Dean Academics, GHRCEM. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to the conference conveners, Dr. Yogita Patil ma'am, Head of Department MBA, Dr. Vishal Rana sir, Head of Department BBA, Dr. Jyoti Jakete ma'am. Let's proceed with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. In the Indian culture, the importance of lighting the lamp is rooted in spiritual connotations as well. So, I kindly request all the dignitaries to do the honor of lighting the lamp.
भवना या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् विदधतिम्.
Please everyone take seats. Now moving onwards, I would like to invite our conference convener, Dr. Yogita Patil, to the stage for the briefing of international conference. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, panelists, researchers, faculty members, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to all of you. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we inaugurate the 4th International Conference on Innovation, Technology and Entrepreneurship, a significant platform for intellectual exchange and academic collaboration. The conference aims to provide a dynamic platform for researchers, academicians, industry professionals, and entrepreneurs to share and exchange innovative ideas, cutting technologies, and best practices in the territories of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. The conference seeks to foster interdisciplinary collaboration, promote knowledge transfer, and explore sustainable and innovative solutions to global challenges. It individuals I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to our region, Sunny Morrisville, New York, USA, for her valuable contribution in strengthening the international academic partnership. We are immensely grateful acknowledgement to our conference chair, Dr. Preeti Agrawal, Madam, Director GH. Conference. I would like to acknowledge and express our deep gratitude to Professor Dr. Anil Dongre sir, Professor Dr. Christopher Scalzo, Professor of Sunny Morrisville, New York, USA, as a distinct in education will provide invaluable insights into how AI-driven technologies are transforming learning methodologies, fostering personalized education, and shaping the future of academia. His keynote address will offer a comprehensive perspective. Have Dr. Scalzo, who is going to present his research paper on impact assessment of Fulbright lead entrepreneurial training strengthening the academic and research collaboration between Sunny Morrisville, USA and GH Raisoni College, India. This hybrid mode conference has been meticulously designed to provide a wider platform for participants from across the globe. We are delighted to have received research contributions from India and the USA, with participation from Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and various other regions. The overwhelming response to this for the Scopus Index publication in Taylor and Francis, 35 research paper will be published in the conference book proceeding with an ISBN number, and the remaining papers were rejected based on the rigorous double-blind peer review, ensuring AI plagiarism detection using Turnitin software, ensuring originality and academic integrity. The conference schedule is structured in 2 days. On 29th January, after inaugural ceremony, sir, we have 4 online parallel panels and 2 offline parallel panel that will run concurrently. And on 30th January, privileged to have an exceptional lineup for session chair, including Dr. Meena Rajesh, the Vice Chancellor of GH Raisoni University, Saikeda, Dr. Amina Wali, Principal, Raisoni Women's College, Dr. Deepak Francis College, Dr. Shweta Dani, Associate Professor, SVKM Narsimunji Institute, Indore, Dr. Sonal Patil, Dean Academics, Dean IQC, GHRCEM, then Dr. Swati Patil, Associate in enriching this conference with their expertise and insights. Today, we will also witness the unveiling of the conference proceeding and book authored by faculty members on cases in management and cyber forensic and cyber defense. This marks a significant contribution to academic literature. Embark on this journey of knowledge, exchange, and innovation. I encourage all participants to actively engage, share their original research, and collaborate with fellow researchers, scholars. I extend my best technology and entrepreneurship. So I wish everyone a successful and enriching conference experience. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your informative and engaging briefing at the international conference. Now moving who has propelled the institution to new heights, a distinguished member of Senate at North Maharashtra University. Dr. Agrawal has overseen numerous achievements, including NAC accreditation and the prestigious recognition of her exceptional leadership. Dr. Agrawal is deeply committed to fostering excellence and has spearheaded initiatives that cultivate innovation and collaboration among various associations like MACCIA and MAGIC, SP Jain Global School of Family Business Management.
Happen. It's a proud privilege for me to heartily welcome each one of you for this fourth international conference being hosted by Management Department on a very relevant and emerging topic, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. And this year, it becomes remarkable, a milestone in the journey of GHRCEM, as this collaboration has become more meaningful. It's as rightly said by Divya, it's a celebration of collaboration, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. With the collaboration, international collaboration with Sunny Morrisville
City,
University,
New York.
New York, and by it has happened because of the great innovative ideas we exchanged with this university, and with the presence, moreover, with the presence of Dr. Christopher Scalzo on the campus for 3 weeks to ignite the journey of innovation, entrepreneurship, and shape the minds of our students and motivate them towards startups and innovation and incubation. Sir, we acknowledge your presence, and it was really delight and great happiness for us to host you for 3 weeks. Thank you so much. And this has, in this sense, this conference has really become global because of the presence of Dr. Christopher sir on the campus. In the guest, we have as the chief guest Dr. Anil Dongre, who is Dean of Commerce and Management. Sir is also the director of NEP Steering Committee, and he is the person who is actually taking care of. We heartily welcome Dr. Sangeeta Patil, madam.
Our guest of honor, Mrs. Sangeeta Patil, Vice President, MACCIA, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, Mumbai. I would like to invite Director Preeti Agrawal ma'am to felicitate Mrs. Sangeeta Patil with a floral bouquet and memento. Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Professor Anil Dongre, for being there at the international conference. I was to acknowledge, and Sangeeta Patil madam has entered. I am really delighted to welcome Dr. Sangeeta Patil madam. She is director of NIFD, the best institute in the region for fashion designing. Recently, her student, they could actually participate in a fashion show which has happened in London. So London and New York. So Madam will be sharing more about that. So she is the person who has ignited innovation in fashion industry. Her smile is her signature actually. So she is Vice President of MACCIA, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. And it's a really proud moment for us that a lady from North Maharashtra, she is heading such a great post at state levels. We are really proud of you, Sangeeta. She is a dear friend also, and she is working very hard to what I should say, encourage the women entrepreneurship in rural women in our region, and she is conducting many workshops and training programs to support these ladies in of Alpa Bachat actually Yojana. So I appreciate your work, and we are really thankful for Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce also for associating with us. This is the second conference, international conference, in which we are having collaboration from Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, because they are into this journey of innovation and entrepreneurship, and this is the organization which is actually represented by the entrepreneurs across India. So we thank MACCIA and Vice President of MACCIA. With me, I have my colleague Dr. Shekhawat sir on the stage. I acknowledge his presence. Dr. Yogita Patil madam and Vishal Rana sir, conveners of the conference, and all the esteemed faculty members. So as this is the theme, innovation, entrepreneurship and technology, all of us know innovation and entrepreneurship, actually they are two sides of the same coin. Because what innovation is actually identifying the better way of doing the things, And what a businessman as an entrepreneur they are looking for, they are the risk takers and they want their customer to deliver the best product and they are in search of the best ideas. So innovation is the engine. Innovation is which ignites the journey of entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs actually they are the engine which drive the innovation and to scale further. So these are the two things which go hand in hand, because to deliver better product, better service, better customer experience, better process, to reduce the time energy of their production unit, they are always looking for the innovative ideas, creative ideas, so that production process can be minimized, better product can be delivered to the customer, better services can be delivered to the customer in minimum time. So to stay in the market, to be competitive, to give better service, to sustain in their business, the entrepreneurs they always look for the innovation. So alone innovation cannot do anything. So what we innovation, the mind which is creative and innovative, they that mind may not be a good entrepreneur. This was told by the AICT Vice Chairman, Dr. Abhay Jere, in a conference, that innovation, whenever a student comes with a very good idea, great idea, innovative idea, we immediately rush after him that we will incubate your idea, we will give you seed funding, and now you have to commercialize your idea, and we want you to convert this idea into a great company. But what happens, these innovators they may not be having that entrepreneurial mindset, they may not be able to take the risk, they do not know from where to manage the finance, and how to manage the finance, how to come with IPO, how to get the seed fund. So educational institutions like us, what is our job, we have to create innovative ideas, that ecosystem, creating that ecosystem to come up to support the students with the innovative ideas, that is our job. But to commercialize that those ideas, we need organizations like Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, because that is your job. So we can give you ideas and you have to commercialize the ideas of our students. So this is how in an innovation, technology and entrepreneurship, then they can go hand in hand together, and that is what we are doing at the institution. In this institution we are always adaptive, and this year sir, Dongre sir, I am very delighted to share with you that this year has been declared at GH Raisoni College as Year of AI and Cyber Security, Artificial Intelligence and Cyber Security, and we aim to do many things in this area: AI in education, AI in entrepreneurship, AI in examination system. So this year we are committed to conduct lot many activities in these two areas: AI and cyber forensic, cyber security, blockchain technology. So this whole year, this will be the theme of education at Raisoni. So this is how we have planned, and we are the first autonomous institution to adopt national education policy. Accordingly, we have changed our curriculum. Every year we intend to change our curriculum by 10 to 20%, aligning with the expectations of the industry. And one more thing, Dongre sir is actually he has to attend a meeting, but I'll take just 2 minutes because proudly I want to share the IPR achievements of our institution. That is R&D achievements. This year on World IPR Day, I am glad to share that we could file more than 200 copyrights by our faculty members and students. And we see to it that all the projects of the students, they are converted, they are filed for the copyright along with the mentor faculty member. So students are filing copyright, students are writing patents, 18 patents are published by the faculty members, and more than 35 papers in Scopus journal. And this is I would like to acknowledge the efforts of our Dean R&D under the guidance of Dean Academics, Dr. Mukund Patil sir and Dr. Shekhawat sir. Thank you so much for handholding the faculty members and always guiding them. And again, today we will be unveiling two books that speaks about the quality of teachers we are having. Our teachers, management teachers, they write case studies, and this is the fourth edition of the case studies on live business model written by the management faculty members. So 20, it consists of 22 faculty members. This year we are glad to include a case written by Dr. Scalzo as well. So thank you so much, sir, for adding value to that case study book. And many of faculty members, they have published their cases in AIMS international journals. It's a big achievement. And today we will be unveiling one more book that is on cyber forensic and cyber crime, which is written by our esteemed faculty members in computer, AI, and data science department. Heartiest congratulations to you all. So we are glad. And the papers which are selected after blind peer review, after rigorous checking of plagiarism, those papers will be published in a Taylor and Francis journal, which is very reputed. And congratulations to all the researchers who could make it to Scopus journal. And at last, I would like to appreciate and place on the record the efforts of conveners, co-conveners of this conference, and the team of faculty who have strived very hard to make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director Ma'am, for your inspiring words that have set the tone for today's discussions ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed with the next segment of this prestigious 4th International Conference on Innovation, Technology and Entrepreneurship. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest for this international conference, Professor Anil Dongre. Professor Dongre is not only a celebrated academician, but also a leader whose contributions to commerce, management and education have left an indelible mark on both national and international platforms. Professor Dongre sir is currently serving as a Dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Management at Kavitri Behnabai Chaudhary North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. With a career spanning over 2 decades, he has been at the forefront of academic excellence, combining innovative teaching methods, groundbreaking research. His qualifications are truly remarkable: a PhD in management, an MBA specializing in finance and marketing, and accolades such as clearing the prestigious UGC NET. Over the years, Dongre sir has made a significant contribution to areas such as financial management, organization behavior, international business and globalization studies. His scholarly output includes over 200 research papers and articles published in reputed national and international journals, several books on topics ranging from global food security to economic downturn management, and numerous case studies addressing contemporary challenges in management. In addition, Professor Dongre sir has successfully guided numerous PhD scholars, contributing significantly to academic growth and knowledge dissemination. Apart from his academic achievements, Professor Dongre has held various pivotal administrative roles, including Director of the School of Management Studies and Chairperson of several committees at KBC and MU. His leadership has been instrumental in driving forward initiatives aligned with the National Education Policy 2020, skill development and capacity building programs. Moreover, his influence transcends academia. As a participant and presenter at international conferences in Poland, Portugal and Thailand, he has brought Indian perspectives to the global stage. His work with international organizations such as the Erasmus Plus Capacity Building Program further underscores his commitment to fostering collaboration and innovation in education. Professor Dongre's dedication has not gone unnoticed. He has been the recipient of prestigious awards such as Academic Excellence Award 2022 and the Best Teacher Award from KBC and MU. He has also been recognized for his expertise by organizations such as United Nations and the National Commission for Women. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly fortunate to have with us a visionary who blends intellect with action, a leader who inspires innovation, and a scholar committed to global progress. Today, as we embark on this journey of sharing knowledge and ideas, please welcome Professor Dongre sir for his valuable shares on wisdom and a vision for a brighter, more sustainable future.
Pressing builds pressures on the speaker. Dignitaries on the dais, all the faculty members and dear student. At the outset, let me announce the deliberations for this conference is open. I just confess that uh, when I gone through the brochures, I misunderstood the title of the conference. It is basically innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. It's a different, separate three words. But my deliberations will be for next 10 to 15 minutes will be on technology innovations and the entrepreneurship. So I'm not taking it as separately. I'm taking technology innovations and entrepreneurship together. But the sense is again, I would say, will match the very gist of the conference. We all aware about the fact that we have been entered into the era of digital and technological singularity. Now there is no there is no backward step allowed when we talked about the digital and technological singularity. We'll have to accept that technology and digitizations is the crucial part of our day-to-day diurnal life. We cannot separate now. In that sense, we entered into the era of digital and technological singularity. Now see, in such era, what is the crux for success of any firm or organization? Probably what I perceive, there are three important factors that lead to success, or that provide impetus to the organization towards success. And these three factors of creating new opportunity, creating new product, and creating new markets. Gone are the days when the approach was production oriented approach. Now if you will not take care about the customer, their needs, their wants, probably will vanish within a fractions of moments. Early in the morning I was just glaring some reels. What I found that the photographs now going to replace by the statue. Now 3D printers is intruding into a market. China, they have been developed. Probably US also work on that 3D model printing, and the photographs will become the matter of museum. So probably in couple of days or a couple of months, you'll find that there is a statue of the parents with the offspring, that is replacing disruptive technology. Here comes the technological innovation. So the new product, new opportunity, new market compel the organization, compel the individuals, compel the individuals who want to enter into startup or any entrepreneurial activity. They must have to think about the technological innovation. Now this technological innovation, if you look at, probably there are two kinds of technological innovation. Probably incremental innovation, say for example uh, smartphone. Now, after every 3 months, probably you have new models of smartphones. Previously, I remember I purchased my first mobile in the year 2000. And it's funny to share with you that मैंने जिस दिन उसको खरीदा उस दिन ही उसको बेच डाला. And that was I purchased a mobile, and at the same day I sold it out, because during those period incoming was not free. There was a happy time, I suppose. I don't know what that terminology there, but there was happy hours or lovely hours, like that. 11 से 5 ऐसा एक इरा होता था. और I purchased it around 4,000 rupees, that small Nokia phone, and entire amount 3,000 rupees I purchased it off for 4,000 rupees. That time probably 6 pay commission was there, and that makes us to invest into that huge amount 2000 mein. So I purchased that Nokia mobile with 4,000 rupees. I spent 3,000 rupees of talk time in a day, and I sold it out at 3,200 rupees. Jalgaon Shopee में ही मिलता था तब. So, when we talked about disruptive technology, when you talked about technological innovation, there are two kinds of innovation: incremental innovations and disruptive innovations. So, incremental innovations that we are experiencing in the Android phone every day, that mobile is making the integral part of our life. That is very dangerous again, but this is the outcome of technological innovation. Then there are disruptive innovation. What I was talking about, that photographs will be replaced by the statue, or say electric vehicles now entering into our market. Elon Musk. Now it is common fact to observe the vehicles without drivers on the roads of US. Probably it will take time, because that required to develop the infrastructure, infrastructure into our country. But it is happening. So the key drivers for both kind of innovations, that is incremental and disruptive innovations, are research and development. China is spending huge amount of money on the research and development. Probably, though we boast, basically India, though we boast that will be the superpower, but on ground reality, probably the dream is very, 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 very far, because our spending for sake, China is spending more than 6% of their GDP on education. In 2022, every educational institutions become a public funded institutions. In a single day, education industry in May 2022, 75 lakh crores of downfall that experienced by education industry in China, because they are now controlling all the education right from primary to higher education. And that's why if you look at the world or global citation index, China lead first, and then America. So research and development, spending on the education, then consumer demands, competitions and globalization. Now the term globalization now is a matter of past. We entered into the era of society 5.0, where we are experiencing, or we will experience on mass level, the process called servitization. There is no place now remain for privatization, globalization and liberalization. It has now been replaced by servitization. Platform economy is emerging. You just dream any product and you just place it on or search it in Amazon, you'll get it. Dream any product. So see, when I discuss with my student, मैं उनको पूछता हूँ कि what is a product. Now truly, it is pertinent to see what product means to the Chinese people, or China, or for that sake the European countries, or for that sake the US people. What is product? So product is a need. You know, product is a need. आप देखिएगा कि नाउ ताश जो खेलते हैं, playing cards. Now there is no need to shuffle the playing cards. There is a machine that has been developed by Chinese. It shuffle the that cards and it distribute evenly to the holders. Now see what they are focusing on. They are focusing on needs. आप देखिएगा कि 5 रुपए की एक मशीन जो है अवेलेबल है मार्केट में. देर आर a simple machine available in the market that costs ₹5 only. That means 0.001 dollar cent. So that machine is used to pierce thread into that needles. That has been developed by China. आप देखिएगा 50,000 के इन्वेस्टमेंट में उन्होंने 500 करोड़ कमाए. They have earned 500 crores spending 50,000 rupees. And what they do, है ना, वो धागा वो पिरोने की है 5 रुपए की मिलती है. And they earn 500 crore rupees on that by selling it into the Indian markets. उनके स्टूडेंट जो है, their student, the Chinese student who are into higher education, all this is about technology innovation, even innovations in education industry. Their projects is on the market, consumer market of USA, that is Ulhasnagar Sindhi Association, that is the suburb area in Mumbai. So their students do carry out their projects on studying the market potentials in India, not the China. So this kind of innovation, it is very essential, it is very pertinent, it is very imperative for us as well to think of. Then and only then probably we will be a superpower, probably will be excelling in innovation, technology and entrepreneurship. So advances in R&D, consumer demands, competitions and servitization, government policies and initiative that one must have to think about while pondering on the technological innovation. Now see, new markets, new opportunity and new product doesn't survive alone with technological innovation. It required entrepreneurship. So the confluence of both technology innovations and the entrepreneurship that create a synergy. That create a synergy for the individual who are entrepreneurs, and that create a synergy for technology as well, because entrepreneur can leverage the technological innovation by solving pain points in unique way, by scaling their ventures. That is possible to the entrepreneur with the help of technology. And Technology, on the contrary, on the other hand, technology, using technology, innovators benefits as they can bring their ideas into markets, they can build business models around innovation, so and so forth. So confluence of both technology, innovations and entrepreneurship that create the success for the firms, for the organization, and individual as an entrepreneur, individual as a startup, creators. Okay, so dear researcher, I would not urge to the senior faculty, but dear researcher, you just focus on the confluence of this both technology, innovations and entrepreneurship in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dongre sir, for your inspiring words and for your deliberations on. Sir has to leave, so we don't want to miss the opportunity to unveil the book. And now it is with great honor and pride that we invite Director Ma'am Dongre sir to join us in unveiling the fourth edition of Case Studies in Management. Yeah, conference proceedings as well. Yeah.
नहीं, along with the book on case studies in management, we are going to unveil the book on cyber forensic and cyber defense. So I would like to invite all the faculty members of computer science department come forward for the unveiling.
The computer science department, Sonal Patil ma'am is the first author of that book, Cyber Forensics and Cyber Defense. Swati Patil ma'am, Sheetal Jadhav ma'am, Pooja Nawal and Rashmi Sinde. Congratulations to all the authors as they are having an opportunity to unveil this book. This is the fourth edition of the book on case studies in management. Let me highlight the book's scope and purpose. This book is more than a collection of academic exercises. It is a comprehensive repository of 21 real-world business challenges from diverse industries. Like from example, agriculture industry, we have a case on strategic planning at Kabba College of Agriculture. For FMCG, there are cases on Mongenis Delice, Shriman Shrimati Masala Company, Amar Dairy, showcasing the challenges of innovation and market growth.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Also, the case study book has a cases like SEMA Polymers, Eco-Friendly Initiatives and Winley Polymers. We have a cases on digital transformation for sustainable growth and transforming operations through technology. So recently, congratulate to uh, all the authors who have contributed to the book on the case studies in management. We acknowledge the sincere appreciation to all our industry partners for providing us with the real-time data and entertaining us and our students for writing a case. I would like to invite Sonal Patil ma'am. She is going to tell us about the book that they have written.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, as director madam has already talked that we are implementing national education policy in our institute. So based on that, cyber forensics and cyber defense book we have written, because we are living in the era of cyber. Every day we are waking with the social sites, right? So when we are using these things, we should know the pro and cons of our cyber life. So depending on that, we have written this book where we are talking about what is cyber forensics, because it is a combination of internet as well as whatever we are using. What are the facilities that are provided, what are the problems that are created, what is cyber stalking, what is the cyber fraud, cyber crime, each and everything we have written. And not only we have written the cons, but how we can prevent that, and which laws are present in India as well as in the world. Everything we have tried to cover in this cyber forensics and cyber defense book. And I am very happy that as ma'am had declared today, this is the year of AI and cyber security 2025. The book is revealed in this year, so that is a good moment for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to all the authors of both the books, that is Case Studies in Management and book on Cyber Forensic and Cyber Defense. Now moving forward, it is my privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Mrs. Sangeeta Patil, a visionary leader and a dynamic force in the realms of entrepreneurship, trade, and social service. Mrs. Patil serves as the National Secretary of the Confederation of All India Traders (CAIT) and is the Vice President of the Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture (MACCIA). With over a decade of experience in MACCIA, she has significantly contributed to fostering business growth and empowering entrepreneurs. She has also held various impactful roles, including the chairperson of Women Entrepreneurs Committee at MACCIA, where she championed initiatives to empower women in business. Beyond her professional accomplishment, she is the president of the Tarka Foundation, an NGO dedicated to creating social change, and a director at NIFD, National Institute of Fashion Design Global Jalgaon, with 2 decades of leadership in this capacity. Her commitment to community service is further exemplified by her active involvement in Rotary International, where she has served in various leadership roles, including as the Assistant Governor and President of the Rotary Club of Jalgaon West. Mrs. Patil's expertise and dedication to innovation and entrepreneurship make her an inspiring leader and trailblazer. We are honored to have you here, ma'am, today to share your insights on innovation and technology in the fashion industry. Please welcoming Mrs. Sangeeta Patil, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Jakete ma'am, for the beautiful introduction. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and aspiring entrepreneurs, students, and faculty members, and all Raisoni team members. It is a great honor to stand before you today to Raisoni College of Management of Management Department presents its beautiful topic, innovations, technology, and entrepreneurships. Actually, I have been given the topic of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship is the fashion industry. But uh, as the Vice President of the Maharashtra Chamber, I have taken the liberty to talk about the Chamber's work and today's topic. Hope so. The Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture is the apex body in the state, dedicated to fostering the growth and development of various sectors
including commerce, industry, agriculture, and trade. As a leading organization, MACCIA acts as a vital bridge between the government, business, and entrepreneurs, promoting a favorable environment for trade, investment, and innovation. By supporting industries such as manufacturing, technology, agriculture, and services, the Chamber enhances skill development, advocates for favorable policies, and creates opportunities for economic growth. MACCIA has also strengthened Maharashtra's global presence through its as MOU with 29 countries, fostering international collaborations, trade partnerships, and investments. This global engagement plays a significant role in positioning Maharashtra as a leader in the international market, driving its competitiveness and creating new avenues for growth. As the apex body, MACCIA continues to contribute to the prosperity of the state while empowering business across all sectors. As today's topics, my point of view is for the innovation is the heart of progress. Innovation is much more than new inventions. It represents new ways of thinking, problem solving, and creating the values. Innovation keeps us moving forward. It enables business to stay competitive, enhances efficiency, and addresses real world challenges. India is currently expressing a golden era of innovation from agriculture to artificial intelligence. Even Dongre sir also mentioned in his speech also. And healthcare to sustainable energy, innovation is reshaping entire industries. However, innovation is not driven solely by technology, it is powered by visionary minds as well as, of course, young minds like you. Technology is the enabler that transforms innovative ideas into reality. It has broken barriers, connected the world, and empowered individuals like never before. Today, we see the impact of technology everywhere. AI driven business, fintech solutions, blockchain based security, and automation in the industries. As a technology, helps industries improve efficiency, sustainability, and adaptability, allowing business to grow and evolve in ways previously unimaginable. And it's the entrepreneurship. It's my point of view. Entrepreneurs are the dreamers and doers who turn ideas into reality. They take risks, create jobs, and build economies. The world does not belong to those who just dream, it belongs to those who act. As today, as given topic to me as fashion industry, actually a perfect blend of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurships. The fashion industry is a perfect example of how innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship work together to bring about transformation. Fashion is no longer just about clothing, it is about creativity, technology, and sustainability. Today, we are witnessing how AI driven designs like a 3D printing, smart fabrics, and virtual fashion shows are reshaping the fashion landscape, making it faster, smarter, and more sustainability. Preeti ma'am also mentioned in her speech about my students selected for the New York and London Fashion Week. Still today, 27 students are selected for global fashion platform like New York Fashion Week, London Fashion Week, and Dubai Fashion Week. Actually, we associated with Lakme Fashion Week also. Our aims is our Indian art and culture is very rich, and our aim is promote our Indian art, culture, and heritage as a globally. So that why I am working. We are working together in on that purpose. Friends, in this industry, technology helps reduce waste, improve efficiency, and create new opportunities for entrepreneurs. Digital tools for design and eco-friendly materials for production are just some of the way innovation is driving the future of fashion. Friends, no matter who field you are in, embracing technology and creativity can open new doors. And you young minds, the future is in our hands, your hands. And thank you so much, Priti ma'am. She is working in so many years for the young minds and young students and different topics. Is such a humble lady I saw in my life, and she is also as a pioneer for me and ideal also. So thank you so much. Is working for so many years for the young minds. Friends, in last, India has really very talent, the technology and ambitions to become a global innovations hub. It is up to us to embrace change, take calculated risks, and build a future where innovations and entrepreneurships lead the way. I urge each of you to be a part of this transformation, whether as an innovator, a tech enthusiast, or an entrepreneur. The future belongs to those who dare to create it. Let us innovate, adopt, and lead India into a new era of growth, success, and global leadership. Thank you. Thank you again inviting me, and wish you all the best to all of you, and thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Geeta Patil, ma'am. It was really honored to have the Vice President of MACCIA with us, and under the capacity of Vice President as MACCIA, ma'am has introduced us about the initiatives that MACCIA is being doing to empower students, especially. We are honored to attend the international conference hosted by MACCIA. Our students have represented there, and we look forward. Ma'am, we look forward for your mentorship to our students for the if they want to make a career in the fashion industry. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. We are very happy that as a MACCIA we are associate with the Raisoni College, and absolutely as a MACCIan as well as a fashion institute we are there for you every time. Yes, also. Yes, yes, absolutely. Most welcome. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
So we are always looking for the ways to collaborate so that our industry get real life projects to work with, real industry projects to mentor with. And moving forward now, we are honored to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Scalzo, as a US Fulbright specialist. Let me make this introduction more easy for everyone to understand that why Dr. Christopher Scalzo is here, right? So the dream of this international conference started. Every year we are hosting the international conference, but this year we really wanted to make a global presence and right from 10 January we are experiencing the presence of US specialists with us, and not only in academics but also in all our programs that we are doing, like we have done kite festival, we have done employee program for NEEV, that is NEEV. So in all the activities that we are doing in academics, as well as exchanging with students project ideas, dealing, because entrepreneurship is a thing which cannot be learned just by lecture method in the classroom. We wanted to give our students a really global perspective, and 4 years back we submitted a proposal to United States India Educational Foundation, and we are very fortunate that this proposal got approved, because the project proposal was written in favor of that we want our students to learn from global expert directly. And the proposal was accepted, and we got a chance, we got an opportunity to host a US specialist, and it is not very easy to get this proposal, right? So this proposal was backed by the Foresighted's vision and supported by director ma'am, and then it was led by our visionary chairperson Sunil Raisoni sir. But the idea was all that was brought under the Department of Management, with the faculty members seating, director ma'am seating, and conceptualizing the project. So he is a proud recipient of the, because we really wanted to see Jalgaon as a global hub. Students are very good. Sir is going to share that experience, how creative mindset that he has worked in the last 2 to 3 weeks with our students. So he is a proud recipient of the US Fulbright Specialist Award for January 2025, which is presented by the India and United India Foundation. And this prestigious honor is a part of the Fulbright Specialist Program, which is an initiative of the US Department of State that brings together accomplished US academics and professionals for impactful project-based exchanges around the world. Dr. Scalzo has deliberately chosen India for his Fulbright project and specifically selected our Department of Management here at Raisoni Jalgaon campus. His decision wasn't just about geography, it was about purpose, and the purpose of the project was boosting entrepreneurship in Raisoni Jalgaon campus. And our proposal objectives resonated with his mission and made sure to bring them to life by boosting entrepreneur ecosystem at our campus. Through her expertise and dedication, Dr. Scalzo has enriched our institution with his strategic insights, paving the way for a thriving entrepreneur culture. His grant approval following a rigorous selection process is a testament to his commitment and the transformative potential of his work. But his story goes far beyond his Fulbright journey. Dr. Scalzo brings over 2 decades of excellence as an educator, teaching a diverse range of subjects from entrepreneurship to finance, strategic planning, and operations management. He is not only a professor, but a visionary leader who has chaired academic communities, led the creation of new degree programs, and mentored countless students. A true global citizen, Dr. Scalzo impact extends to international consulting projects in countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Lebanon, and Tanzania. He has helped businesses and institutions develop financial systems, operational strategies, and value chain efficiencies. His expertise has not only improved local economies, but also has empowered communities through entrepreneurship. In addition to being a sought-after consultant, Dr. Scalzo is an accomplished researcher and writer. His peer-reviewed publications and conference presentations reflect his deep understanding of topics such as value chain analysis, experiential learning, and financial modeling. He is also a recipient of numerous honors, including the US President's Volunteer Service Award and long-standing recognition as Who is Who. What sets Dr. Scalzo apart is not just his accomplishment, but his unwavering commitment to creating meaningful impact. Whether it's securing grants to support entrepreneur education, co-owning successful businesses, or mentoring aspiring entrepreneurs, he demonstrates the power of combining knowledge with action. So today we have the unique opportunity to hear from Dr. Scalzo as he shares his journey, insights, and experience as a US Fulbright Specialist Award. His work is a reminder that education and entrepreneurship are not bound by borders but are bridges to a better world. Without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Christopher Scalzo as he takes his stage.
So first of all, thank you for such a great introduction, and let me say I'm honored to be here. And as a Fulbright specialist, I've had the chance to do 2 certificate programs since I've been here with the students, one set with engineering and one set with management. And both groups of students have been phenomenal to work with. So I've been honored to do that. I've also had the chance to work with faculty on entrepreneurial learning, along with case studies and simulations. And I've had the chance to do some research while I've been here. So this has been a very big honor for me. The experience, of course, has been incredible for me. And in light of that, I wanted to make sure I thanked people publicly for what they've done since I've been here. I first want to thank the students for their time, energy, and effort. The students have allowed, not only for the students participating in the training, but they have allowed me to talk with them, meet with them, and travel with them. They've taken me to various locations in Jalgaon, which has been phenomenal. I've had a chance to ask them lots of questions. I've had a chance to interact with them and get to know the culture. Second, I want to make sure I thank the faculty and administration. Not only have they provided very unique food for me, which I have not had a chance to eat in none of the other travels, but they've had a chance to interact both culturally and on teaching. I've had a chance to ask them lots of questions and get to know that we're having very similar problems both here in the United States and India, which has been very enlightening to me. In addition, I've gotten a chance to tour companies here in India and found that a lot of the technology we're using in the United States is also the same technology being used here. So when you're teaching production operations, I can go home and talk to my students about that it's not just us in the States, we're competing with the rest of the world. And for most part, this has been one of the most life-changing experiences in my life. I have a colleague of mine who told me it would be, and now I've got to write to him and say that he was right, which is good. Most recently, I had a chance to be part of the inaugural podcast of students who had to interview me, and that was a unique experience for me. And I have to say it was very enjoyable to be able to answer questions and be able to interact with them, and I've enjoyed that. So I want to make sure that I want to thank everybody for the ideas we've exchanged, and hopefully I will have future opportunities to work here and work from home and have our institutions work together. And I want to be able to see if I can come back and do stuff. But I wanted to make sure I thanked everybody for being helpful, guiding me, and exchange of ideas and thoughts. So thank you both the students, faculty, and administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christopher. Now our students are habitual to you, and now we are looking forward, Dr. Christopher, to migrate from New York with his family to Raisoni campus forever. So we heartily welcome you, sir, in our team.
I'm sure all the students who are here have interacted with sir and has attended the participated in the certificate courses that was delivered by him in a very structured format. It's time to propose a formal vote of thanks, but it's not time to leave, okay? Because we are waiting for a very impactful session on the role of AI in education by Dr. Christopher sir as a keynote speaker. Immediately after, should we give them a break? Yeah. After a 5 minutes break, we are going to have a keynote speaker session on AI, because sir has really prepared hard to deliver so that the Indian students get understand the content that he want to present. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, researchers, students, and participants, it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on this momentous occasion, the inauguration of the 4th International Conference on Innovation, Technology, Entrepreneurship. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Srimati Sangeeta Patil, Vice President of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. A special note of thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Anil Dongre sir, for his thought-provoking address that set the perfect tone for this conference. We are deeply honored by the presence of our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Scalzo, a US Fulbright specialist from the State University of New York, sunny Morrisville. This conference would not have been possible without the vision and leadership of our conference patron, Mr. Sunil Raisoni, Chairman of Raisoni Group of Institutions, Executive Chairman Mr. Shreyas Raisoni. Special appreciation to our Director Dr. Preeti Agrawal ma'am, whose guidance, encouragement and commitment to fostering innovation and academic growth have been instrumental in making this event a success. We are also extended sincere appreciation to our esteemed collaborators, the State University of New York at Morrisville and the Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, MACCIA, Mumbai. Your association has greatly enriched this conference, fostering international collaborations and industry-academia partnership. A huge round of thanks to our organizing committee, faculty members and volunteers for their meticulous planning and seamless execution. To our speakers, panelists, researcher and participant, thank you for being the soul of this conference. Before having a tea break, I would like to have a photograph. I would like for a group photograph for this international conference. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, हाँ. हाँ. ऐसे करके आप बोलो. हम्म.
At last, I want to declare I want every student be attendant in the speech Christopher sir is going to have. The topic is role of AI in education. So I request everyone please be here 100% attendance. अपने को कुछ नया सीखने मिलेगा. इंडियन प्रोफेसर से अपन हर बार सीखते हैं. We'll know the perspective of a US Fulbright professor. So please attend.
accepted in the Scopus Index Journal as well. The idea that we both have done this research, but I want that sir to present this paper, is that we should understand from the research perspective how the management research has to be done, right? So sir has used lot of statistics that he will share before presenting his paper. But first, let us focus on the keynote address that he is going to deliver on artificial intelligence, education, and entrepreneurship. So without further delay, I request sir to start his keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the good introduction. First, I want to make sure I thank my daughter and my son-in-law, because when I was told I was going to be doing this, I wasn't sure what I was presenting, and they said I should do something in AI, and it just took form. And I also made sure they kind of looked at this and said it was appropriate. So I want to give you what I call maybe a reality check or a realistic approach to where I think AI is at the moment. So I have a colleague of mine who has a tendency to walk into my office and write things on my big whiteboard I have. And one day he comes into my office and he writes the number 1600 on my board, circled in a big circle, and I went, yeah, so? And he proceeds to tell me this as he's listening to this podcast. He goes, Albert Einstein had an IQ of 169. He says the smartest man on the planet had an IQ of 209. He said they expect AI to have an IQ of 1600 in the next 3 to 5 years. And when I heard this, it caught my attention, because I started to wonder, what do I do as a faculty member if AI's got an intelligence of 1600? What do I do now? And so it got us starting to think about, how should we approach education? In addition, while I was here, the World Economic Forum was meeting in Davos, Switzerland, and it turns out that the world leaders that are there kind of put something out on AI, and here's what they thought their perspectives were over the next 3 to 5 years. That the impact is going to be on skills, and today there's going to be a democratization of skills. That means people are going to access skills and training in ways we haven't even thought about yet. And AI is going to promote that. Second, they're saying that data sovereignty is going to probably take place. That means countries are going to start to protect their data. They're not going to release it, and sharing data is going to happen. And I can see this happening in the United States already with the ban of TikTok. So you can see that starting to happen. And third, they expect us to have more time. And the question is, what will you do with your time? And that will be the interesting one. I will interested to see what happens when AI starts to fully develop. Now, I started asking myself, well, let's take a look at where the internet was, and realize that in the 1960s, the internet was this very small thing, about 4 or 5 universities that wanted to get together and just share files. That was the original intent of the internet. Well, again, by the 70s and 80s, PCs are now coming into play, and by 1993, the United States says, fine, we've got the internet, we're going to sign it into law, and we're going to release it to the world, which was what we did in 1993. And so it started me thinking that here we are in 2024. So mind you, 1993 to 2024 has almost been 30 years. And I started to say, well, what happened over these 30 years? Well, we've had a lot of things come out. Wi-Fi's happened, Google, 1998, social media, Bitcoin, virtual reality, self-driving cars just recently, quantum computing. And those are just some of the inventions. I shared with the students that email, for example, and I had a chance to listen to the inventors of some of the internet, and they interviewed the gentleman who created the first email. And he was very quick to say, I didn't set out to create Outlook. He says, all I want to do is send a message with an attachment to a friend. And what's going to happen is the same thing in AI. People will set out to do things without thinking about it, and it may have an impact on AI. So it turns out my thinking of this, given my history of growing up with the internet and me starting off in the 80s with dial-up, I think we're probably with artificial intelligence almost exactly at the same place now that we were with the internet being signed into law. The only difference is going to be the internet took 30 years to develop. I think that'll be cut in half between 10 and 15 years because we have leapfrogs because of the internet. And we're going to have access to people around the world. We're going to have training people around the world. It's going to go much faster. So it took 30 years for the internet to do. I'm thinking 10 to 15 years for the AI to start to develop. But we're here at the beginning of this. So here's some of the things that are restricting AI. Number one, we still have limitations on cost and availability. Even though there's some here, some of the most prominent AI is still got to be provided to us. There's still stuff coming, and that's still not here yet. And the cost of this is still very prohibitive. The research that's being done is still going to be expensive. In addition, infrastructure. Reading an article, and they were saying the biggest problem with some of the infrastructure today is the power grid. These AI computers take huge amounts of power, so much that Bill Gates wants to start up a nuclear power plant so he can fund the AI servers that need to be handling AI. And when I hear somebody like that say, we're going to power up a nuclear power plant that we haven't had in service for many, many years, I start to wonder how much power is needed by the servers. In addition, talent. There are still going to be needs for people who can program an AI, who can train AI, who can work with it. And so there's still room for there. They're saying the talent is still a little thin on this area. And last, there's still people that are going to be resistant, still a lack of executive support, although that's slowly changing. I can see in the United States where companies are thinking about adopting AI, but I think it's still limited. But it won't, again, won't be very long. And again, there's pros in education. On one side, and as an educator, I read this and thought, this is really good. On one side, I've got improved students' engagement and motivation. My students are engaged by this. My son, for example, thought about ways to use it. I think there's going to be possible enhanced student performance if done the right way. I think it's going to be cost-effective learning, again, if implemented the right way. And I also think that we'll be able to do continuous evaluation. Those are very positives. However, on the other side are the things that concern me, as I told you at the beginning. Is my job now threatened because AI is now coming in? I'm a dinosaur. I still think students should be reading and taking tests, and I still do that. How is AI going to change my job is my question. This is what my colleague and I were having a discussion about, and I'll share with you a little later how that discussion kind of panned out. Is it going to dehumanize the learning experience? If all of a sudden, do you need professors to be teaching if they have access to the knowledge? I still believe we do. Still will be costly. Remember the amount of money that NVIDIA is putting in, Google's putting in, Microsoft's putting in. They're putting huge amounts of money into this. And now, of course, they just found out China did something that they weren't expecting. They used open source, and that dropped all of our companies significantly. And last, will we be dependent on technology? That's going to be a really good question. How dependent will we become on technology once AI is involved? We're dependent on it now. I went to China and I was teaching there in 2015. I couldn't get the students off their phones to engage with me. Here, I've had very good receptivity, but there I was like, here we are 2015 and I had trouble getting them off their phones. Imagine what happens when AI comes along. So I also said, well, what else kind of things? Well, this intelligence without consciousness, a colleague of mine by Adam Saunders, who's in our library, was doing a presentation on AI, and the first thing he said is it's the smartest dumb thing ever invented. And I went, yeah, that's about it. And I understood what he was talking about. It's super smart. It's got a lot of intelligence, but a lot of the stuff that comes out is not good stuff. It's limited. It might be stuff that's sent to you and you go, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't give you quoted, it doesn't give me the citations that I need. There's some issues with it, okay? But this idea is it's not going to take long for this to kind of catch up. Also, what about bias, inaccurate, and nonsensical output? If we don't teach students to have good perspectives of information literacy, they're going to keep sending stuff into us that's going to be wrong, plagiarized. I'll give you a perfect example of something my colleague said to me. So just before I came here, he's correcting his papers in leadership. And he said to me, he says, I think my students will use AI to write the paper. And I go, how do you know? He goes, I only know because they were quoting Bass and Avolio, who are leaders in leadership. He goes, those were my professors in college. He says, I took classes from them, and I know darn well they did not talk to these guys. They've since passed away. He says, I could tell that they had done it because the stuff they were quoting was nothing that these guys would have ever done. So here he only recognized it because they were his professors in college. So that's, so again, that biased output. And again, is there an overconfidence and trust in some of the AI that's untested? Some of the stuff works well. Other stuff is untested at this point. And the question is going to be, are we going to trust this? And how long will it take us to develop that trust that we need? So here I wanted to share with you that I came across this article about things that are happening around the world where AI is transforming education. And I thought this was very interesting because it isn't the United States that's doing this. Turns out South Korea has decided to use AI-powered textbooks. Now, we use online textbooks, but this idea of using AI-powered textbooks to level the educational playing field, I thought was a very interesting take on a way to use AI. I think that's an interesting step forward. Again, assuming that the data you're getting is accurate. United Arab Emirates, UAE, they're facilitating personalized learning, enhancing their critical thinking, and boosting academic performance with AI. I think that's pretty interesting. And I thought that was an interesting way to do that. The idea of personalized learning. Could you imagine if I can give the same learning to students who have disabilities as my students who do not have disabilities, and they get the same educational level? That would be, I think, a way to level the playing field. Globally, turns out, they want to make teaching more inclusive and would help people with disabilities. This is an area my daughter would agree with. She works in disability services at Hudson Valley Community College, which is part of the SUNY system. She would wholeheartedly agree with this idea of leveling it for people with disabilities. West Africa, for example, they're deciding to get users used to having AI mentors. I hadn't even thought about that. That's an interesting idea. And last, Brazil. Brazil's thinking about figuring out a way to use AI to raise literacy rates. Wholeheartedly agree that if you raise the literacy rate, it's good for the whole country. So these are some of the ways internationally AI is being used and will be further developed. Because once they start down this road, they're going to continue to want to develop it and continue to take it to the next steps. So it's only a matter of time. However, I started to think about AI, and I'm a dinosaur. I'm not sure I'm ready for them to do AI. So I started looking at my own classes and said, well, can they use AI to write my papers? Well, it turns out in BizAd 100, my introductory to business course, I use a final project built upon the simulation I use in class. They might be able to help it shape the language, but they can't get the AI to write it because it's built upon data that they created, which would change every semester. So there's a way you can get an idea of how not to have AI, using AI in class. So another one I tested was my marketing. Because at this point I use a case that's built upon my trip to Kenya, it's very difficult to get it to write the case because you'd have to have access to the case. And my students, I'm thinking over the next 5 years that will happen, but currently it's much more difficult to do. I also tried in my corporate finance class the company reviews that I do. I actually put in there and said, write me a financial analysis, and it came back with a bunch of financial ratio definitions. That won't pass what I want them to do. I actually want financial analysis. That requires way more work than AI is going to be able to do. Ask me 5 years from now or about the time I'm ready to retire, it may be a very different situation. But right now, isn't able to do it. My production operations class is built upon work we do in class and spreadsheets. Again, not able to do the AI for that one. And this kind of led to us, and I remember I was telling my colleague who ended up talking about how AI and the 1600 led us to the discussion of our new Bachelor's of Professional Studies in Management, Leadership, and Organizational Studies is what should we be teaching our students? And what we came to the realization is the one thing AI cannot do is teaching soft skills. Teaching students to have better conversations, being able to present, being able to talk to people in an intelligent manner. Those things AI is not going to be able to do it. And it'll take a long time for it to catch up to that. And if we can do that and make our students better professionals, better educators, better leaders, that bodes well for us in education. Right now, AI is not near there, and it's probably going to take a lot longer for that to even get close. So as far as AI in the classroom, however, I had to start saying, well, can we kind of ignore this? And you can't. So we have to stop pretending that AI doesn't exist. Because right now, ChatGPT, whether we like it or not, is there. My son used this in one of his classes, had to write an outline for him. I use Grammarly. I love Grammarly because I can't remember all of the colon and commas and rules. So I use Grammarly. I love Grammarly. It helps me write more concisely. It makes me think about my writing. And it helped me even write the research paper I submitted here. So we can't ignore that it's here. It's already here. The question is, how do we use it? So it also made me think about, well, how do you get it to use with the AI and with the students? Well, a lot of it is document some experience with them. Show them how to use it in a proper way. Show them the information literacy they're going to need if they're going to use this. Make sure they understand that everything they're going to get, you can't trust everything. Be able to know when you're getting something that looks like it's cited versus something that's not cited. Because all AI is going to do is gather what it knows is out there and put it in front of you. That doesn't mean it's correct, doesn't mean that you're not getting somebody else's idea. In addition, teach students how to ask good questions. You're only as good as the questions, and artificial intelligence cannot really do things, and there's issues that it's still working through. So you got to teach it to ask good questions, and I'll talk about that in a second. All right? But you can use AI to spark imagination. What if they're having trouble identifying a possible new product that they don't know? You could use AI to see what is currently out there, start with what's out there, and then build off of that. So you can use AI in certain areas. So we want to think about challenging us as professors to assess assignments that we give to students, just like I assessed mine, but I'm going to have to keep reassessing. Every year I'm going to have to go out and test that idea. So I'm not done finding out if they can still use their stuff. Then we'll see. If my students start using it, start feeding information in, this won't take long for them to start using it. So I started to think about what happens in entrepreneurship, and here we can get it to summarize parts of a business plan. I can get it to be aware, but I have to make sure they're aware of nonsensical, illogical information. Business plan still has to flow. But if they're writing one, we can get some parts of it done and summarized, and it will work really well. But again, it's not going to go out and do the innovative part. It's not going to go out and do the stuff that we did here. So I have to balance that out. There's place and time to use it. Also, searching for improved ideas. Again, as I said before, good search terms gives you good output. Poor search terms gives you poor output. And you've got to make sure that it's about the terms you put into AI in order to get that good information. Also realize, for every term you're putting in, AI is learning. It will learn to be better because you're asking better questions. So it's constantly learning. So every time you feed something, it's going to learn. Also, ChatGPT guidelines. Again, only ask for single pieces of information. You cannot say ask it for compound questions, even though we're used to dealing with that. And it has problems doing with multiple pieces of information. So right now, it's good for single kind of things, not good for group things. So again, how you search is very important. So then I wanted to say, well, what's the future of education? Well, it turns out you can't go and do a plant tour, which we did, and the students got a lot out of that. You can't basically talk with the students, interact with them, question them, getting them to think further on their business plan, challenging them. That's something you have to do in person. You can't walk up and talk to them, find out about their idea, take it a step further, getting them to get further into their idea. AI can't do that at the moment. And walking in and understanding what they're saying to me. AI can help in a lot of areas, cannot help in this area. So when we talk about this, I wanted, again, as I was looking at this, I wanted to think not only where we are, but what can we and what can we not do at this point. And I want to know if anybody has any questions. Again, this is my perspective, and I'm pretty sure if you talk to other people, you'd have a very different perspective, but this is at least mine at this point, given how I'm using AI and how I'm thinking about using it in the future. But we can't ignore it. It's here. Any questions? Well, that's it. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the question was, what do we do with students who are using AI, and how do we find out about them? Well, it turns out for every person who's using AI to write with, yes, there are multiple services. Yeah, so for every service out there that's going to help you write, there's also services that will check against this to see if it's AI written. Yeah, and a lot of times you get repeated information in there. The students don't check. That's the problem. They just submit the paper, figure, I'm done. And you're reading going, why am I seeing this 3 times? They don't read it. They just think, oh, it'll work. They don't understand this idea of information literacy. So when we were doing this, part of the reason I wanted to ask about this or bring this up is because our institution is dealing with this exact situation. And we now have faculty who've got to check in certain search engines against AI to see if they're writing with AI. Just like we have plagiarism checkers, we have AI checkers now. I've not used one, but that doesn't mean I have faculty who have used them, and will probably continue to use them. Particularly if you're in teaching English or you're teaching writing, you're going to need to check it. Students want to use it without blinking an eye. They don't realize that the stuff is not complete. So what's happening is you're finding professors that are using AI checkers, and I can find out which ones we're using if you're interested. I'll find out which ones we're using. I can write over and find out. But yeah, they do exist. We have AI plagiarism checkers. I'm partly sitting there trying to get my students to use it responsibly. So I want my students to use Grammarly. They all have for free access to it. We have a license to it that our students can have. Use it. Grammarly is great. I want to make sure that if they're going to use AI to help them write papers, they better understand limitations, better understand this nonsensical information they're going to get. So it's I think if we're going to teach them, we're going to have to do this. And my college is in the process of writing a policy about how we're going to deal with AI. I don't think we're not going to be the only ones. All 64 of our campuses are trying to figure this out. We'll probably have a policy, and I guarantee there'll still be students trying to get around the policy. I will probably try to choose very specifically how my students can use AI. I know my colleagues are doing the same thing. They're trying to figure out how specifically they can use it. My son tends to use it to write outlines for papers he's got to write. I tend to say use Grammarly. I'm not one to say use Chat GPT at this point, but they're going to use it anyways. So I'm going to see if I can get them to use it responsibly instead of just haphazardly, which is what they'll probably try to do. So does that answer your question? Yes, please. Yes. Mm-hmm. There are. Yes. Correct. Correct. Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's how my colleague identified the papers in leadership that were written wrong because they were quoting something he knew his colleagues that he took from where their work, and I think students misquoted it. That's how he knew that it was AI generated. So I think that's part of teaching students to use it responsibly and realizing that it will make stuff up if it doesn't know, which is very bad, and you still have to check this stuff. So as a researcher, I still need to check my citations. So that's one of the reasons I don't use it. You can use it as a start. We used it as a start for our paper, but the reality is I still had to go out and I still had to find the research papers. I still had to quote them correctly. So while I may use it to write an outline, I may use it to check on stuff, I still got to go do the work. I'm still old school. I still like doing research the way I was taught. I'm still very much, want to focus in on doing the research the correct way. Because at some point, I got to present the research like I am today. I have to present that research. If I just presented it with AI, number one, it would have been incomplete. And two, somebody in the audience would have caught me and said, well, you did bad work. I don't want anybody looking at my work and tell me it's bad because I was trained to do good work. So I think if we are going to use AI, teach our students to use it with honesty and integrity, know they're using it, but also teach them that, geez, maybe show them, here's what good AI looks like, and here's what happens when you get AI that is not, gives you nonsensical, idiotic stuff. This is what it looks like. And you can say, this citation doesn't even exist. There's no author by this name. There's none of this ever worked. Oh, and by the way, it was really associated with this author over here. So they understand that some of the stuff they're getting is not correct. So I agree with it wholeheartedly. That I think is a way for us to help. I think that goes to helping the students understand that you can't just trust it outright. And I think for our students, the problem is our students will trust it because they're so used to having the phone and they have instant access to information. And even today, we're going to have to, particularly with AI, you're going to have to really talk about information literacy. And I know our faculty are trying to get our students to understand that. So I agree with you. Anybody else? Yes. So if you look at the online digital universities today, even with going to University of Phoenix, which was online, that's where my degree is from, I still had to perform research. There was no getting around it. And even today, you might be able to use AI to help you outline your dissertation, but at some point, you have to defend that dissertation. And remember, they're still faculty that are trained under dissertation and research. They're going to question stuff, and if stuff doesn't look right, you're not passing. So you've got, if you're, the question that you're really asking is what happens 25 years from now when the faculty who are trained one way now trust AI and that's now pushed more into the mainstream. What do you do then? Most of us here have been trained under the older way of doing our own work, checking our own citations, finding our own references. It's the next generation that comes along that might be the bigger problem. I don't think our generation at this point is still safe. It's the next generation of researchers that come along that will just haphazardly use it and not think anything of it. But I agree with you. I think we still have to teach them the old way. And I think even in the online universities, if they don't teach good foundational skills, they won't be in business very long. University of Phoenix would not be in good shape if they didn't teach good fundamental skills. And when I was there doing my doctorate, they tightened down the writing skills, research skills when I was there going through mine. So I saw them actually realizing that they had to do something to improve the integrity in their degree. So they were starting that. So they recognize exactly what you're saying. Anything else?
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. So, what are the key takeaways from this session is AI cannot teach the soft skills, right? And that was very beautifully explained by sir. And he has also demonstrated this fact that he has, the entrepreneur skills that so one thing is clear, as a faculty member, our job is secure, sir, because AI cannot replace us, right? AI cannot replace the teachers like us. And if we can use the AI in right way, if we integrate the technology, if the technology is given to the right hands, like us teachers, we can make a revolution in the students' mindset, right? So AI has to be used properly, correctly by the students, by the faculty members. So we cannot deny the fact, because lot of tools, it is speeding up the process. Okay, but the thought process that I was having, I put it in the proposal, but the thought process was created when I was having an interaction with my faculty member, with my dean academics, and all that came into the proposal because I took the help of AI, right? So AI really helps you in speed up the process, and that is reflected in the way when we are teaching case studies, simulations. But very correctly said by sir that we have to use it in a right way. Sometimes students happen, like Divya ka example, morning mein, he was very confident that he has prepared the speech. I said, just read it out. And he is somewhere from copy paste, and I said, you don't have to speak it. So he deleted it. So we have to, that interventions are required from our end. And I think we are always there as a faculty member. It's a role, responsibility to make sure that the students are using the AI in a proper way as we are also using. Thank you, sir. And moving forward, now we would like to move to the track 1 paper presentation in a physical mode. And the deliberation will be first, the impact. First paper is co-authored by Dr. Christopher Scalzo, sir. With me, we have compiled a research on the impact of the entrepreneur training program that he has conducted at Raisoni campus. So this study is all about, I'll just read. Yeah. So this study evaluates the impact of an entrepreneur training program conducted at GH Raisoni College of Engineering and Management, Jalgaon. The program was led by a US Fulbright specialist during his tenure from January 10 to January 31, targeting 200 students from engineering and management streams. This is the structured 5-day certificate course was designed in collaboration with the State University of New York, and which incorporated case studies and creative exercises aligned with development of business models and practical frameworks. The research highlights the significant improvements in key entrepreneur metrics through both quantitative and qualitative analysis. Additionally, the paper explores cultural factors influencing entrepreneurship in higher educational institutions located in smaller towns like Jalgaon, India. This comprehensive evaluation underscores the transformative potential of international collaborations in enhancing entrepreneur ecosystem and fostering innovation in such regions. So I request you, sir, to kindly present the paper.
Okay, so I was asked if I would complete the presentation on our paper together, basically on the certificate programs that we did. Some of it was some very enlightening. Some of it kind of I tested some stuff that just didn't work out. So when we, oh, sorry, okay. So again, the study examined again the impact of this training program in entrepreneurship, and facilitated by myself, along with help from other people and students. But the aim was basically to figure out if we could bridge theoretical information and knowledge to practical application. So a lot of the stuff I did in the classroom was about applied learning. We made them do lots of exercises and things like that. So we wanted to see if we could do that. And we wanted to make sure we had some interactive discussions. It wasn't just me presenting. That was not going to go well. So I did the literature review, again, pretty much on opportunities for training and education and entrepreneurship. India shows improvement in this area. We ended up finding out India is actually ranked second in support for women entrepreneurs. In addition, they have a propensity for entrepreneurship, which I would agree with from all the research I've done. And they really have a propensity for the fact that people may stop and start businesses within the next 3 years. And I've run into a couple of people that are actually in the middle of doing that. 80% notice that they have skills, knowledge, and abilities to start and operate a business. However, that being said, 60% also noted that starting a business is a problem due to the possibility of failing. So failing was one of the things I started off with in the presentations, talking about what does failure mean here in India. And I found that to be a very interesting conversation, and I did that as my first conversation in there. In addition, half the respondents in another study found it harder to start a business, which I thought was interesting, because all I keep hearing here is that people love starting businesses. This all came out of the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, which covers, I think, 50 to 100 different countries. We're all asking the same questions in this. Also turns out, though, entrepreneurs still face challenges in skills in running their business. So there's still an opportunity to do training and education. Not just you run the business and call it a day. Again, one of the other things that was noted, limited access to capital, meaning financing, still is an issue. And we also noted a little older study that productivity does improve with training. So that means training will help entrepreneurs do better, quicker, faster, if we can do that. Now, some of the research questions we started off asking, the first two are kind of similar, and we started thinking about quantitatively. So we asked the question, how effective was our training on the topics of mindset, creativity, innovation, business model, development, risk management, and financial strategies between male and female students? That was the first one. The second one was very similar, but I wanted to know if it meant there was a difference between engineering and management students. That was the second one. Third question we asked was, is there any relationship between the degree of study, gender, and all of the entrepreneurial training topics? So I did a correlational study to that one. And the first two I did a t-test. Fourth question, we wanted to know, what were the cultural and systemic barriers to entrepreneurship that the students identified that we came across that we wanted to know about? We wanted to know if there was anything standing in their way. And last, we wanted to know, does the international collaboration in a small city like Jalgaon, does it have an impact? And does my accent, for example, stand in the way of that? Which was interesting. We wanted to know that. So the first thing we looked at is how many participants. We had 200 participants that supposedly were identified and looked at. And again, we did 2 5-day training periods on just entrepreneurship and business plans. Okay? The second thing is our demographics. This is the sample that we did. So we had 77 students submit a survey, 55% male, 45% female, 61% in the engineering. Remaining students were in the management area, 57% undergrad, the rest were graduate, and 33%, interesting enough, had a family that either ran or owned a business. So a small portion. That means the other 60% did not have any business background, which I thought was interesting. So along with the first two questions, I was able to do hypothesis testing. So the first one, hypothesis 0, or what we call our null hypothesis, stated, we again looked at the Fulbright training program, and we want to know is that it was not seen as effective between male and female students. That means that the proposed hypothesis would have been that there was a difference. We also, this is the first one, we also did the same thing for the difference in engineering versus management students. All right, I just didn't put it up there, but I wanted to share that this was the first, we did this, and we also did it for the second one. So I ran 2 hypothesis statements for that. All right, so it turns out when I ran it, there was no change at all. So my conclusion was, under a single t-test performed, comparing the genders, departments, with all of the 5 areas, no significant difference, which in some ways is good. That means that the men and women see the training and see everything we did is exactly the same, which is actually very good for us. All right. What I also found out, though, when we did this is we found out some additional things along the way. For example, of the 77 students that took our training, we found out that the entrepreneurial mindset was heavily effective for them. We found out creativity and innovation was highly effective by 83%. They reported this. Same thing for business models, risk management, and financial strategy. So we found out that they all liked the training topics that we did, and they all thought very highly of what we did. We also found out that the 73% of the students said that the training highly enhanced their understanding of entrepreneurship. What we didn't ask them is what training or understanding they had before, which is something I would do in the future. So it was one of the things I did recognize. I also did a correlation analysis for the third question to figure out if there were any connections, any relationships. So it turns out, while there were none between gender and department, I did find some other ones. There were some relationships between entrepreneurial mindset and creativity and innovation, business models, and risk management, which I thought was interesting because it allows, these are things that entrepreneurs contend with. I also found out strong relationship between creativity and innovation to business models, risk management, and financial strategy, and also a strong relationship or a decent relationship between business models and risk management. Turns out there were some minor ones that showed up. So in the minor ones, we had financial strategy and entrepreneurial mindset, financial strategy and business models, and financial strategy and risk management. So there were some relationships, some stronger than others. All right, and just so you know, as researchers, I hadn't gone out and looked at interpreting the results. So I had to go look up what is considered to be a strong versus moderate relationship. I have to look that up to know what is considered to be strong versus moderate. So even with somebody with my background, I still have to research stuff myself. All right. Now it turns out when we asked about the cultural and systematic barriers to entrepreneurship, we got some very interesting feedback from them. So when we dealt with my accent, it turns out 21% of the students said it really didn't matter. They had no issue with my accent. However, 70% reported that they had some or a moderate set of issues. That's something I will have to learn and figure out how do I change that in the future if I come back to do more training. One of the things I've been trying to do is slow down, as you're seeing me do now. I used to be much faster than that, but I don't know how we get around this. I'm going to have to look up and see how do I get around this, or how do I help myself do better. So that was a learning question. Also, we found out, though, 84% are now confident or very confident about starting an entrepreneurial venture, which is what we wanted to get out of this. However, the one thing we won't be able to tell, and Jyoti ma'am and I were talking about this, is the actual having the intent or being confident about it and actually doing it. They're two different things. In order to get to the second question is, did the students actually do it? We'd have to do a longitudinal study. That would take us to do it over the next year, 6 months, to find out if anybody done that. And the one thing it will not cover, even if we were to ask the question, is what do I do with students who have to do additional training, or what do I do with students who said, I want to go work for a while and then start the business in 3 years? We wouldn't be able to cover that. So, but this is good stuff, this is good information. In addition, they felt the training overwhelmingly provided actionable knowledge of real-world applications. So that means what I was doing in class would help them. We also asked, what were the most impactful exercises? So the stuff that I presented in the AI, the stuff that we can do that AI can't. Again, hands-on experience, industry visits, and interactive discussions. And I had the stuff for AI done before I got this. This reinforces kind of my feeling about where AI is and what it cannot do for us. So that was good. In addition, they said that they were going to apply the concept to future entrepreneurial projects. So that means, again, the training was good training. I was happy about that. However, this is the interesting one. Failure, by the way, which we spent the first hour talking about what does failure mean in India. And I'll give you a little context of why I started with this. I was at a conference where I listened to 3 people from 3 different countries in Europe get up and tell me that, well, we teach all the students about this entrepreneurship, but nobody starts a business. Well, this nice lady who was my third lady presenting was presenting from Norway. And I raised my hand and said, excuse me for being the naive American. I said, but where do they think all these businesses that you currently have came from? She proceeds to tell me that in Europe, by the way, if you fail, you get blackballed in Europe. It means nobody wants to talk to you, nobody will hire you. And I finally understood, because in America, you fail, have at it. We don't care. Got more money, start another business. And I presented the students with 5 different, entrepreneurs today that have failed at some point and started off great, become great business people. So I wanted to, share them. It happened. But 47% of them said it was a stepping stone to success. What concerned me was the 49% that saw it as a personal or professional setback or a reason to quit and avoid the risk. That concerned me. All the training, that means they're still concerned about failure. What else did we find out? Well, risk was still the biggest concern, followed by innovation, leadership. Oh, you okay? Are we good? All right. So other major concerns, innovation, leadership, selling and marketing, which was mine. The selling part was my concern, and creativity. So we still, even with the list we had, we went over this and discussed it, they still had some concerns as far as running a business. When we asked about the international collaboration, we asked them about prior intensive training that they had. Turns out only 74% had participated in prior training, similar to what we did. 21% reported no training, and about 8% said yes, they've done intensive training, but with local presenters, which I thought was interesting. And even getting good feedback from them, even after they've already participated in similar training, I thought was good on our part. Interesting enough, though, they thought that having me here and having me contribute was very, very important, and they thought that was highly valuable to them, which I was very happy to see. So the recommendations that we were thinking about, either future research or ideas that we thought would be, we came up with a few of them. We thought institutional support would be something that would help us sustain the training outcomes. So there needs to be a little more of that. We also thought continued global collaborations with international experts and enriched learning outcomes, just like we did here. And so we're going to maybe think if we can do more. Again, more community engagement. We're going to see about doing that hopefully today, and doing some with training in entrepreneurship and with small and medium-sized enterprises. That's what the SME stands for. We also said research initiatives. We'd like to maybe do some longitudinal studies. I really would like to see what is the difference between intending to and actually doing. I'd like to know more about that, and I know my colleagues in the United States would like to know more about that. We also found that we still got to develop some customized training modules, again, to diverse entrepreneurial challenges, very specific things that they might be having. All right, and I have an idea of how we can do that. We want to talk about still enhancing outreach and engagement, underserved communities, and last, we thought building infrastructure to support any ideation and prototyping. All those things that entrepreneurs need to support their businesses in the future. We've got to figure out how to support them. That goes to having them actually start businesses, not just talking about it. So that was our research, and I did have a whole series of research. And that's my paper. Hopefully you learned a little about how to do research, because she asked me if I would do that, and I said yes. So that's all I've got. Any questions? Thank you.
So moving to the next presenter, yeah. I hope the students have understood the depth of research that management students are expected to do. This work AI cannot do, okay? Because the findings, you have to analyze your own findings. You have to analyze what actually you want to put. Sir has a bigger vision, and this is just a baby step in that. The impact that he has created with launching of 2 certificate courses, in the long run, he's trying to get more grants so that he get access to countries like India, where he can come again and deliver such training programs. Okay, so to really build an entrepreneur ecosystem. So that is the actually outcome that he is expecting from his research work. Thank you, sir, for the deliberation. Yes, yeah.
As we are already seen one of the tracks, I would like to formally introduce the session chairs, Dr. Sonal Patil, Dr. Mukund Patil, Dr. Mukesh Ahirao sir. So we heartily welcome you. Now let's move on to second track.
Guys, these are the list of presentation that we will be having in track 1 offline mode. So I'd like to invite Gokhale sir for his presentation as he's ready with the presentation. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact with you. The topic of our research is analyzing the relation between fort architecture and the modern organizational culture and its preferences in the corporate world. So my guide, along with my guide, Dr. Vishal Rana, I am here to present uh, the topic in front of you. So just let me take you through what I'm going to discuss in the next few minutes. So the preamble, moving ahead with literature survey, the research gap, the methodology, and the analysis, and some points for discussion, conclusion, and recommendations on our topic. So the problem statement is forts are often looked from whaler and tourism perspective. We all know that as far as Maharashtra is concerned, Maharashtra is a land of forts. We have more than 500 forts over here, out of which maybe 300 or 350 forts were in Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Swarajya. But most of these forts, or let me say almost all the forts, are looked upon from the tourism perspective, or they resemble valor and strength. But apart from these 2 points, the forts have much more to offer, but it was overlooked in the last few years. When we talk of the ancient knowledge and Indian knowledge systems, we are here to present some kind of a linkage between history and the modern organizational culture. So, okay, thank you. The fourth architecture emphasizes on teamwork, strategic thinking, critical thinking, and many more aspects which we find in the modern corporate world. But as far as forts are concerned, this was overlooked, and hence we tried to delve into this particular topic. So the innovation is, let us learn the contemporary skills from inanimate objects like forts, accept them, and try to implement them in our corporate world. So we have studied few literatures on forts and on modern organizational culture as well. By going into these or studying these literatures in depth, we have found many aspects like sustainability, critical thinking, accessibility, judicious and optimum use of various types of resources, or some important parameters which are related to HRM and HRD. So we have found many such parameters from management and the organizational culture perspective after going through the literature, which included various types of journals, research papers, and theses on forts and on organizational culture as well. So the point was the research gap that we identified, that the architecture of forts highlight many contemporary aspects, but till date there was no study which could relate these architectural features of forts with the contemporary work culture, and that is what we decided to identify some parameters which are very extremely useful in the contemporary aspects, and the types of forts and their architecture which highlight these corporate aspects. So this was the research gap which we found, and we then decided to move ahead with this gap. So we framed certain objectives. So the first objective was to recognize and devise modern organizational culture from the architectural features of the forts, and the second was to analyze the preferences of these attributes in the modern environment. And we also framed a suitable hypothesis. So the hypothesis was modern organizational culture attributes can be devised from the hill and sea forts architecture. As far as the scope was concerned, our scope was limited to the working professionals and entrepreneurs in the North Maharashtra region, which includes 5 districts, that is Jalgaon, Dhule, Nandurbar, Nashik, and Ahmednagar. That is Ahilyanagar now. So these were the, as far as the primary data collection was concerned, we have visited the forts which were identified as per our research plan. Then we developed a questionnaire. We conducted a pilot study of 50 respondents, and the reliability test was also very good, which was 0.972. So we moved with the same questionnaire. We circulated the same questionnaire to around 470 respondents, and we received responses from all of them. So considering the anticipated rate of return as 80%, so we had very good number of handsome number of questionnaires in our hand for the analysis. As far as the secondary data collection was concerned, we referred, as I said, some research journals, conference papers, newspapers, and the reports of Archaeological Survey of India and some other similar historical organizations also, and online content which was related to the forts and the organizational culture as well. Okay, yes. So the first objective, now I would like to present the analysis. So this was the first objective, to recognize and devise modern organizational culture attributes from the forts architecture. So here we can find that more than 400 respondents out of 490, more than 400 respondents have agreed to almost all the different points, the sub points that we had, the linkage between the forts architecture and the modern organizational culture. So this was the first point, and depending on this, we have concluded some preferences what people today working in the corporate prefer as far as the forts architecture is concerned. So okay, this was the graph also, which will clearly give you an idea that the linkage, people are accepting this kind of linkage, that yes, it is necessary to learn from the forts and to implement it in the present context. So this is the preferential ranking that we could achieve. So the first point was vigilance, second point was self-sufficiency and indigenization, third place was workplace safety, fourth parameter was attention to detail. Fifth point was coordination and communication, moving ahead with safety, then with good management practices, and at the end, workplace productivity. Now, from this preferential attributes, actually, this particular part, workplace productivity, should have been the first point, right? But then we can see that this is the last, although more than 400 respondents have given yes for this particular part, this would have been the first. That is what we had expected. But then people are looking for, still today also, the mindset is they need good workplace, safety and everything. But when it comes to productivity, they fall back. So this is the major point, that we need to improve on the productivity of the team, right from the high level management to the workers. So this is the point that we actually would be concentrating in the future. So as far as hypothesis is concerned, we had a Pearson correlation test, which will prove that all these parameters, we got very good correlation between the workplace, that is the modern organizational culture, and the force architecture. If we look at the Pearson coefficient value, it proves our hypothesis further. It also indicates that the architectural features of the forts would help significantly in building modern organizational culture, because we have got all the positive values for this peer correlation test. So as far as the outcomes of this particular research is concerned, linking architecture of the hill and sea forts with modern organizational culture is an innovative contribution to this research. Based on this research, we have developed two training modules, one for the academics, which is based on Indian knowledge systems, and the second one for the industries. We have submitted the content of both these training modules to the copyright office, and very soon we will also be getting, the copyright will be awarded for the training content as far as society is concerned. Now what we have to learn on various levels. So as far as society is concerned, the mindset change to learn from the forts and implement it in the present context will be helpful in nurturing the present generations and the next generation also. As far as corporate world is concerned, upskilling through our heritage will help sustainable development and self-reliance. And as far as society is concerned, by and at large, or the academia is concerned, developing skills through our heritage will foster outcome-based education. So the point is, if we learn from our heritage, and specifically I am talking about the architecture of the forts which was built by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, we have lot of learnings. The parameters that I have shown in the earlier slides, we have lot of learning from these forts that will be helpful in developing the modern transformative modern work culture, which will emphasize on resilience, collaboration and sustainability. These were a few of the journals and the books and theses that we had referred during our research. So thank you very much, and if there are any questions, I would like to address them. Any questions? Not the structures, but it is about the way in which these structures were built, what was the thought process behind that, and what can we learn, the parameters which are important in the corporate world, like sustainability, communication, vigilance, all these parameters, how we can derive those parameters and how can we strengthen the workforce today. Yeah, okay. Kindly allow me to give you an example. When Shivaji Maharaj built the Sindhudurga fort, okay, so this was the first fort which was built in sea waters. Now while building that fort, he used almost 5,000 tons of liquid molten lead that went into the fortifications. So even today, after 359 years, to be very precise, after 359 years, that particular fortification stands rock steady today. So this particular aspect is very close to the sustainability that we are talking in industry 4.0 and industry 5.0. And secondly, since he has built this, the initial investment was very high, but the recurring expenses or the overhead expenses in maintaining it was very less. Today, as far as financial aspect is concerned, one particular problem with the organization is the recurring expenditure or the maintenance cost of various departments, or let us say systems. So this also helps in explaining, or this is a very good learning, that the initial investment might be high, but we need to focus on the recurring expenses and let us have those recurring expenses as minimum. So likewise, the various architectural features. As far as modern work culture is, yes. So this is what we have considered. The first is sustainability. Second one is critical thinking. Then I would say moving ahead with communication, and coordination. Fourth one is the leadership. Then comes your time management. Then comes your values and ethics. Then sustainability, I have already said. Then the most important part is the inculcation of culture, Indian culture, we call it as sanskars at our workplace. Then comes work commitment and professionalism. So likewise, we have 10 to 15 different parameters. Through no, it's not like that. We have, yeah, so we have identified the strata. In strata, we have considered strata, the respondents. So we had HR managers, then we had HR managers of industries, various industries in Jalgaon, Dhule, Nandurbar, Nashik, and Ahilyanagar. That is, we have different people. The first one, we have 5 to 6 different categories. One is because it was related to training, because HR managers are the persons who are actually into, employee retention, and they have a major role to play in building the team. So HR managers are very important for team building process. When we consider HR managers simultaneously from academia, we consider training and placement officers, because they are here to build the next generations. Then the HODs or the senior professors from academics. Then history persons from history, MA history students, and the professors from history departments as well, and the MBA team also. MBA, the professors and HODs from the MBA departments also. And then we have some senior people, those who are working in the industry. And then we chose these entrepreneurs. Then we had social organizations, members of social organizations like Rotary, BBNG, Saturday Club, and the other forums. And the most important category, the 8th category, was the mountaineers and trekkers, those who go on those forts. So it is amalgamation of all. We tried to pick up all the different aspects of the strata from the community, those who are related in nation building. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My topic is an approach for the students' feedback analysis using machine learning. Sir, please next. My co-author is my guide, Dr. D.K. Kirange, sir. That is the content of the presentation. Next. So as of we know that the very large amount of data is available in our databases. That I have the lots of attributes for the databases. So finding out the particular decisions based on that items. So it is very difficult because lots of items are available. If for example, if we say take the student as an database, so we have multiple attributes regarding to that student. So instead of how to find out the decisions based on that attributes, so we should have to reduce the attribute size so that we say that those who are less effective for the decisions, we will less up that attributes using this technique. So basic idea behind this is as per my topic, PhD topic, it's why the engineering admissions are degraded. So that's why one of the module is taking the feedback of the student to consider why they are lacking here. So why they are lacking the engineering admissions or their interest in the engineering. So this is the survey that it identifies that lots of vacancies are still remain in multiple regions in engineering admissions. So to find out the goal of the research, next. I have selected one of the technique, that is a feature selection based method. In that, this method actually known as a feature selection or attribute selection, that allows us to automatically look through your database and optimal set of properties. It allows us to say the multiple attributes in our data set, and we are trying here to reduce those attributes which are not actually affecting our result, affecting our decision. So we will try to find out such attributes which are very important to the decision, and then we will take only those attributes for the decision purpose. So idea behind this basic advantage of using this method is it reduces the duplicate data, it has less complexity, it increases the accuracy obviously because of reduction in the atom sets. Those are not prone to the decisions, it will give us the higher accuracy. Then it also shortens the training time to the data set. So filter method is used for my research. So research technique to find out the why admissions are degraded through the feedback. So data set was used in that is collected from the Kaggle data set, that is from the UCI machine learning repositories. It contains 5,820 transactions, that is feedbacks from the students. 33 different types of questions were there, and it is from the Turkey University. So the 5 general questions and 28 course specific feedback we have taken here. So these are the questions that are considered in the feedback. So please next. All the questions are of the Likert type. They have given ranges from 1 to 5. And for the decision purpose and to check the accuracy of my model, I have selected these 4 attributes as an output variable to test them what is the accuracy for these attributes for the various questions. So main objective is to find out the accuracy of the feedback data set by applying the feature selection method, and it determines the course alumni network also. So as an output, I have applied the feature selection method. Among this total 33 questions, for the question number 9, that is student greatly enjoyed the class and was very eager to actively participate during the lectures. For this attribute, only question number 123, some of these attributes are important for that question. So as I know here that only these questions are pruning to the decision on question number 9. So why to waste the memory or why to waste the time on training other questions? So that is the main motive of reduction of the item set, that is not actually pruning to the decisions. So likewise, question number 10, these are attributes. Question number 11, these are attributes which are very important. Question number 12, these are the attributes. So for particular one attribute, I have checked how many attributes are pruning to the decision, how they are important for the decision. And based on that, I have done some classification algorithms. So before applying the feature selection method, this is the accuracy, the first row, then columns defines the type of algorithm used. First row is the accuracy of that algorithm, but before applying the feature selection method. Below table shows after I have applied the feature selection method and used only those attributes which are important, the accuracy is here. The second row of the second table. So if you compare, the accuracy is improved in the feature selection method. Then as per that plot graph, the orange line defines that how the accuracy of the algorithms is increased after applying the feature selection method, and blue line indicates before selection method the accuracy. So as per conclusion, after applying the feature selection method, I can say that it reduces the data overfitting, and it less misleading data. It means it improves the data accuracy again, and the reduction in the training time. So these are the some references which I have referred, and thank you. If any question, please. Yeah, I have worked on here accuracy just because my topic was on a priori algorithm improvement. So what I have improved through that that improvement, but there was a lack that multiple items were there, and that was the deficiency in my proposed algorithm. So to cover up that deficiency, I have applied this one to reduce the item sets in the data baskets. Thank you.
Guys, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Guys, lunch break now. Make sure you will be back by 2 p.m. 30 minutes है हमारे पास lunch के लिए. 2:15 को हम लोग start कर देंगे sharp, ठीक है? In the afternoon session, we have a very nice presentation from Rahul Trivedi sir. Then we have a couple of other presentations. So please do not miss it. So please come back by 2. I will start in by 2:15. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you. You can proceed for the lunch.
In Indian banking sector, challenges, solution, and best practice. The motto behind taking this topic is that we all know that our money is 90% money we always kept in banks, and we our Aadhaar card and PAN card is linked with the digital format, and our all data are with the bank. But there are some people which have a negative mind. There are so-called as a hackers or scammers. If they stole our data, then our money is not secured. So it's a challenge for the banking sector that they should develop some strategies to keep our data secure and to make the customer confident that they can make the banking very well. So I have chosen this topic for the same reason. Next. So this is my content through which I am going through. Next. First is the introduction. As we know that banking is very important. Yes, ma'am. Banking is very important for all of us, and in this particular area, we have seen the development of banking from the desk to the digital age. So in between that, we have seen many types of cyber attacks, which has been done due to the digitalization of the system. It is boon also, and it is a drawback also. So bank should always focus on the particular cyber attack so that the customer or the banker who is employee of that particular bank, both should be aware of what is happening and data should be keeping safe. So there are a lot of ways by which the cyber attacks can be done. So I am presenting the next slide for that. First, the importance of cyber security. Cyber security is basically securing our data with the cyber crimes. So these I have listed some important importance of the cyber security. First is the protection of customer data. We know that when we go for the digitalization, we fill the form online and our data is going to the bank. So that is the protection the bank should give us. Then maintaining trust. A customer should have a trust on the bank that all the data is secured on the mobile app as well as on the internet banking. Prevention of financial losses. Whatever the loans we are taking, our whole data is with the bank. So it is in digital format. So the hacker can easily steal our data and it can misuse that. So bankers should give us the cyber security for the same reason. Compliance, all our data should be preserved as per the ITE Act 2000. and RBI regulation. So there is the importance of cyber security, and this all importance of cyber security also help us to move toward digitalization, and it also help us to grow economically in better stages. Next. This is the growth of digital banking in India. Just I'm reading out the points. First one is the internet. Near about 800 million people in India is using the mobile and smartphones. And after corona pandemic and demonetization, the people are very, very fed of using the mobile apps. So bankers are looking toward this, and the growth of banking is started from this point. Then government initiative, Jan Dhan Yojana, and different types of schemes are being laid down by the government so that the people can rush towards the digitalization of the banking. Adoption of UPI, I'm proudly says that India is the very richest country for using the UPI, and we are selling the UPI in abroad also. So as the survey says, 70% people are using UPI, and about 30% who don't know about UPI are still going for the UPI system. So this is the another digitalization. Then impact of demonetization. When the demonetization announces, the people are not knowing about the total importance of the cyber security as well as the apps. But as the demonetization occurs, the people are used to go to digital banking system, and same wallets and the cloud system. Next. These are the threats, possible threats a bank got. First one is the phishing attack. A fake emails, SMS are being developed by the hackers, and they throw it on the login page of the customer, and they give us the different types of tricks. And the people who don't aware about this will get instruct of the system. The example I have given is the fraudulent UPI or bank login pages. If you log in that particular thing, we are got frauded. Second is ransomware attack and malware and trojans. These are the type of softwares which has been developed by the hackers, which introduce in the system, and they will steal our data. Next. DDoS attack. DDoS attack creates the fake traffic. It will reduce the downtime, and in between that downtime, our data is being stolen, and it can be used by the hackers for taking up the money. Similarly, insider threat. The employee which is working in the bank has the easy access to the data of the customer. So if the employee is corrupted, or if the employee is a scammer, he can easily release the data. Next. Credential stuffing, POS. I'm only talking about the POS. Nowadays, we are very fond of using debit cards at the point of sale. So if the hidden cameras are there, or if the POS system is been hacked, our data is easily been stolen. Next. These are some challenges which are been there for implementing cyber security. First one is evolving cyber threat. Scammers are always trying to develop new methods so that bank will never go ahead, so that the customer will deploy its money, and it will the bank will collapse. So that is the first challenge. Second one is lack of awareness. Many of the people don't know about the phishing sites, don't know about the different types of scams, and they will easily get attacked by the attackers. So this is the another challenge. Then at inadequate budgets, small bankings and financial institute doesn't have the total amount of finance to implement that cyber security in that particular banks. Then third party supply. Many of the banks uses fintech technology or different types of third party agencies for keeping their data. If the third party doesn't provide end-to-end encryption, then our data may be stolen. That is another challenge. Then rise of AI-powered cyber attacks. This AI will produce or mimic the human voice, and the human voice will be mimicked by the AI system to withdraw the money. Or the fake emails are being produced by the AI system, which give the tricks. That is another challenge to reduce this. And cross-border. When we are doing international transaction, again, the international scammers will try to keep our data. Cybersecurity solutions. What solutions does a bank should do? It should first create the MFA, that is multi-factor authentication. Even though our data is still, but due to the 2 or 3 more factors, if OTP is there, the OTP should become on the mobile. So by enabling this factor, our data can be secured. That is the first solution. Second one is by using the encryption technique, end-to-end encryption, or by using AES 256, we are keeping our data very secured. Then AI and machine learning tools. So fraudulent activity or wrong transaction can be easily detected, and the user which is originally having that account will be informed. So that is another solution. Regular software updates. Sorry. Regular security audits and testing. Always bank should do audit for it's periodically, or you can say quarterly, so that the data can be stored very well. They can use the latest next generation firewall system to filter out the traffic. So already many of the bank, ICICI, HDFC are using this type of system. Zero trust security model. Nowadays, zero theft is been doing, which is unable to identified by a system. So we are using AI coding technique to find out the zero theft, which is happening in a fraction of seconds, and lot of money is been deducted. So that is again a solution for the bank to install this model. Best practices, what the best practices we can do. So best practices is that these are the 10 the best practices I have shown here. You can use a strong password. The password should have alphanumerical things, special characters and numbers. Then you can implement MFA. You can keep your data always up to date. Regular update is very important for the mobile banking. Then you should be aware of social engineering attacks. Means someone is sending you a mail, and if the person is not known to you, don't click on that link particularly. That is the thing. Backup your data every time. Then use a firewall. We always disable the firewall for some reason, but this is very important for us. Then encrypt your data. Most important is to educate the employee that poor training is very harmful. A proper training should be given to the employee to how to secure the data. And last one, or second last one, is improved cyber framework and continuous learning. These are the best practices to strengthen the cyber security. Sorry. This is the role of technology nowadays, because we are living in an era of AI. So artificial intelligence and machine learning can be betterly used to make our banking more efficient and keeping our data more secured. Second is blockchain technology. This can be used to continuously doing our work. If I'm working in a small scale bank, and if I'm working in a foreign country, then I can easily utilize my bank from that place also. Then biometric authentication, face scan, iris scan. Then your thumb impression is also one of the important factor. IoT and secure payment technology. By using UPI and IoT, we can also give the better security to the customer's data as well as to banking cyber security. So at my presentation, I conclude that cyber security is very essential for banking sector, because nowadays we are living in an age of digitalization, and our data should be safely secured in every places. So the rise of digitalization, the use of AI technology, the employee training, all the things which are related to cyber security is very important. And I conclude that the challenges solution are nowadays adopted and should be adopted, so that our data should be kept very safely. Thank you for thank you for patience listening. This is the references I have used. Thank you for the patience listening. Thank you. Any questions? Sir, for that, actually, if you see the Google have used a passkey. If you forget the password, there has a passkey. The passkey is related with your mobile phone. So if you forget the password, you just apply for the passkey. Sir, then you have to go to the bank for changing your password. That's the only way. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all. Today I am here to discuss a topic that not only drives economic growth but also empowers lives and communities. That is women entrepreneurship, empowering lives through Saksham Gruha Udyog. entrepreneurship, that is creating the opportunities by creating something new, by creating the opportunities that gives an economic value in return. Women entrepreneurship is nothing but the entrepreneurship or the business activities that are carried out by the women to help their families and themselves becoming self-independent and to overcome the financial challenges or the constraints which are faced by the family. So this case study, so this is a case study. So this is a case study wherein this is a case study about a woman entrepreneur living in Sindhi colony Jalgaon. Has the woman and her daughter-in-law, they have established a cottage industry, a home-based industry, that is Saksham Gruha Udyog, as the family were facing a lot of health challenges and the financial challenges, wherein the husband of a woman has lost both of his legs due to the diabetes. So they have to start up with the business by creating some food items and offering the communities with the catering orders and preparing various traditional sweet dishes that helps them to overcome the financial challenges which are faced, and for to conduct the studies and all, and including all the responsibilities of the family. So these are some various business operations which are carried out by the family, by the woman and her daughter-in-law. They prepared the papads and the potato wafers, like in this season from January to March, in the month of summer, in the summer season. Then they prepare the laddus, that is the traditional sweet dishes which are highly ordered in the festive seasons. And they also take small catering orders like bhandaras and the small gatherings, cultural gatherings, wherein they fulfill their, by providing the food items, they fulfill the demand and they uh, earn something to take conduct the responsibilities of their families, as the son of the woman is not able to earn that much income, so for that they need to conduct the business. So this is the production process that is carried out by the family. The production is mostly carried out in the home. There is no proper infrastructure to them. Then the method is used is the traditional method for preparing the food items that is carried out from generations. And the ingredients are used, the locally available ingredients, raw materials are used for preparing the different food items. And the workforce is no workforce. The wholly is managed by the woman and her daughter-in-law at the home. And the production efficiency is limited, as they have to conduct the responsibilities of their home also, so the production is limited. And a skill set, they are totally dependent upon the traditional techniques that are passing on from generations to generations. There is no technology or no such machineries used. It is conducted in the home in a simple way. So the objectives of my study are to explore the entrepreneurial journey of woman and her daughter-in-law, that is Saksham Gruha Udyog, to analyze the socio-economic impact of the family and the society and the community, and to identify what challenges are faced by them and what are the available opportunities for them, so that they can overcome the financial obligations or the responsibility or the constraints which the family is facing. The research, the data for the research is conducted by from the primary, that is the interviews were being taken and through the observations, and the different challenges and the opportunities that are available is the data for that is collected using the secondary sources, that is from the literature reviews. So these are some various challenges which are faced by the family, that is financial problems. Based on the financial problems and the financial constraint, the woman and her daughter-in-law, they have decided to start a business, to start a venture, so that they can overcome their financial crisis and help the family in by and they can help their family by for the livelihood and for sustainable livelihood. And time management, as the family has to manage their family as well as their ventures, so this is the another barrier and the another challenge which is faced by the women, that is time management, as they have to fulfill all the home responsibilities as well as their orders and their ventures as well. Then market competition, also in the nearby area, that is in Sindhi colony, there are many other competitors which are available to them. So they have to face this competition as well, and they don't have the higher market reach. They have the limited target customers, like near in the Sindhi colony only. So that is the another challenge which is faced by the women. And inadequate infrastructure, as the complete business is conducted at the home itself, so they don't have the good infrastructure or the good facilities that can help them to expand their business more better. And health related challenges, as I discussed earlier, the family is having The husband is having the severe health issues. He has lost his both legs, because of which he is not able to earn, and the entire burden is on the son, which is not able to fulfill the family's needs. So the women have to conduct their business in such a way. So these are the different challenges which are faced by them. So studying this case study, here are some opportunities or the recommendations which I recommend, that they can expand their business through technology if they get an online platform, so that they can get an online marketing, as they don't have the marketing system of the women is very low. Like, they have a word of mouth advertisement by which they can reach the customers. But if they follow the technology, if they use the online platform, that can help them to expand their business, and they can get their customers in a more wide space. Then government and NGO support, the support from the different government schemes which are available to them, if the help of them can help them to expand their business more. Then product diversification, as they have a limited space now. They have been preparing potato wafers, papads, and some sweet dishes. So if they go ahead and they have a variety of products, then there are more chances of getting more orders, and this can also help them to expand their business with the help of product diversification. Then the next one is skill enhancement workshop. They can attend the workshops and the training centers where they can learn new recipes and new ways of production, new packaging systems. They can learn, which can also help them to develop their quality as well as to expand their business in a more better way. Then microfinance and crowdfunding. Also, they can take the help of some microfinance institutions that can help them to purchase, as they have a very little capital for arranging or for making the availability of raw materials. So this microfinance and crowdfunding can also help them in expanding their business in a more better way. So hereby I conclude that this is an inspiring story, an inspiring journey of a woman that not only contribute to the economic growth, but they also transforms the lives and the communities of women, and they also empower other women. So depending upon the various challenges that they face, they can improve their business and they can expand their business through with the help of technology, with the help of the various government schemes, and by diversifying the different product offerings. That's all for my presentation. Thank you so much. Ma'am, primary data was there, like interview and observations was there. Interview was being taken, observations was being taken, and the different, like, they all are illiterate. So I need to give them some references, some challenges, like what kind of challenges they all are facing. So for that purpose, I used some data. Yeah. They have they have not been using any of the opportunities. They have just been conducting the business, like, for earning and for running the families. So for that purpose, yes, yes, I came to know.
Good afternoon, Honorable Session Chair and the entire organizer of this international conference. I would wish to start off with the fact that the theme of the conference is innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. But then, being somebody who has been a contributor into the academia, I always feel that in spite of the fact that innovation and technology would always rule the chart, but then the grassroots would always remain the same. And therefore, I have attempted to do a research with my research guide, Professor Dr. Anil Dongre sir. And before I move ahead with the entire presentation, I would wish to quickly share as in what is this Neo 5 factor inventories. So Neo 5 factor inventory is primarily a assessment tool which is used for the theory of big 5 personality traits. Big 5 personality traits, I would present it in my presentation as well. There are 5 major factors, very popularly known as ocean theory. So O stands for openness, C stands for conscientiousness, E stands for extraversion, A stands for agreeableness, N stands for neuroticism. All these 5 factors display certain characteristic traits within each one of us. Goes without saying, in students, it is very, very evident and very, very high. That's the reason why I thought it is very important for us to do a review on the kind of research that has been done on this particular aspect. This is an assessment tool of the big 5 personality traits theory. In this entire presentation, I would wish to draw a sketch from introduction to the research objective questions, literature review, research methodology, descriptive analysis, key finding, theoretical contributions, conclusion and implications. I would wish to seek advance apologies. My presentation might not look very aesthetically appealing, but then I have tried to pull out a good work in front of the panel. So this is the basic introduction of Neo 5 factors inventory. As it is a prominent tool grounded in the big 5 personality trait model. And if we talk about the academic success indicators, so we talk about the usual ones, the grade point average, retention rate, skill acquisition, not only reflects individual achievement, but also serves as a metric of institutional effectiveness. So at the end of my presentation, I would wish to attempt and give certain suggestions, implementing which probably institutional bodies like us and the prominent universities may bring a lot of change in adhesion to the current educational policies. However, I would also wish to draw attention of the honorable panel onto the fact that this study is not limited to any country in specific, but then I would very happily show that it sketches over 14 different prominent countries of the world, and the data that would be presented here would be absolutely global and authentic. So these are the 5 traits that I have been talking about. If I need to quickly rush through what is openness, as the word itself says, these are the people, those who are very, very creative, curious, they have a lot of curiosity. They would jump over things and try and attempt things. C stands for conscientiousness. These are the kind of people, those who are very structured, punctual, they love structure, and they love processes. In terms of E, extraversion, they are people like me, probably outspoken, talkative, they would go out and connect with everybody. A is agreeableness, especially when I see I have a panel which comes from the technical background and management both. Many of our students are involved in doing projects, and these projects are not always individual, but then at times group as well. And these are the times when, honorable panel, you would see that such traits would come very much into action, because it is agreeableness. Many times they would conceive a project which probably somebody has taken up a title, but then the platform is something that everybody is not coming together on. And people, those who have high agreeableness, are the people, those who would display being with the team and not sailing out of the boat for most of the time. Few traits. And last one, neuroticism. Why it is very, very important to pay a lot of heed to this particular factor, because this talks about anxiousness. And when I talk about anxiety and education, it's a very sad state of fact, but then the statistics shows that Maharashtra scores highest number of suicides in students. And so there are a lot of factors that contribute into it. Primarily brisking through it, it is anxiety, self-criticism, and a fear of being missing out. That FOMO works a lot into it. I'll quickly rush through the presentation. So what were the three major questions which were conceived by me while taking up this research? The first one was the research question: based on the number of years, affiliated nations, journals, authors, what are the most recent publication trends? Honorable panel, the entire work that would be presented here would sketch through 2020 to 2024 to the latest to the T. Everything that has been published in the same domain has been considered here. What statistical approach, research methodologies, and theories are most frequently employed to examine the Neo 5 factor corpus? The concluding slides would also show what are the analytical tools and methodologies taken. Themes and sub-themes, there is a separate cluster which will be presented in the PPT that would show the kind of work which has been done. Justification of research: examine the role of Neo 5 factor predictive NFFPI in predicting academic outcomes. These dynamic is critical to designing inclusive and effective educational interventions. Expected contribution: develop a deeper understanding of how NFFPI traits drive academic success. So that is the entire area of the research. A rigorous literature review of around latest 220 plus global papers which have been published in the most reputed journals of the world have been taken up, and few empirical thing that I've tried and put here. So the first thing that the literature review reflects is conscientiousness as the most predictive trait. It says that conscientiousness is as most reliable predictor of GPA and retention rates with its effective consistent across diverse education context. Next, role of openness in intellectual engagement. Emphasize that openness fosters innovation and critical thinking, especially in interdisciplinary and creative field. We have been talking about a lot of AI and ML interventions across, and this is the time when these skills would be playing a very high role, especially into the upcoming brigades. Neuroticism's negative impact. Neuroticism is related to characteristics like procrastination, low self-esteem, academic stress. Emerging methodologies: recent studies integrate advanced statistical tools such as structural equation modeling and machine learning to uncover nuanced relationship between personality traits and educational outcome. However, sir and madam, while I was doing this entire research, I could find out that there's a huge amount of scarcity in terms of the longitudinal research. And I see there are certain young grads, those who are sitting over here. Longitudinal study simply means studying the same sample over a period of time. So that is something which has not been done as much required. Gaps in the literature: cultural and demographic variability have not been taken up. Especially if we deal with different countries, the countries have focused primarily on their own culture. But then in a country as diverse as India, and then going to a country which is very closely related, probably Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, but then going to a country which is very, very diverse in culture or very, very opposite in culture. Let's talk about one of the biggest economy, US. There's a huge difference in culture. We cannot have one common stereotype and draw researchers out of it. So that is one gap that I could find. Reliance on self-reported data. There are a lot of authors, with due respect to all the research fraternity, but then there are a lot of authors, those who have written their presumptions. Presumptions cannot be the base of research. Research has to have empirical data based on which presumptions can be made, which we commonly know as hypothesis and everything. But then presumptions can be an article, it cannot be a report, is what I wish to put in front of the honorable panel. Need for longitudinal study, I've mentioned this. How I have done it, if the panel allows me, I'll show a chart whereby I would show from step 1 to step 12 all what I have done, and I'll quickly jump through it. So this is it. I am sorry if it is not very, very readable. However, on this side, I would draw your attention. I have written the booleans as well. So you see Neo 5 factor or big and academic and performance or GPA and education, result 220 papers. And then I have used inclusion and exclusion criteria, after which I got 125 excluded, duplicates, and then 43, and only those papers which had concrete and rigorous amount of statistical tools involved were taken up finally as 24. So this is the kind of rigorous work that has been done. I have also have my entire full paper which is running, and at any point in time, if the panel wishes to see, I can show the kind of extensive processes that have been followed. Madam, sir, this is the publication pattern. So I would wish to draw your attention right from 1991 to 2004. They are very linear and very, very less in number. But then here it starts to get dense. And I'm very happy to share something. If we can see, USA 163, India 34, and the difference between the publication rate, if we see USA 163, China just 69. And this is very, very contradictory to a fact which is going to come up next in the chart. And this is the chart, sir and madam. So if these are the areas of researches, and these are the year, and if you see, when we talk about Big Five personality, Neo 5 is an assessment tool of Big Five, has got immense reach in after 2022 and 2024. It is enhancing. Goes without saying, machine learning is the buzzword. I mean, you cannot dominate machine learning and artificial intelligence in terms of research. So that is, and that's the reason why today, going with the theme and the current scenario, I believe this is something that becomes very, very relevant to be considered as a part of this. These are the name of few journals, madam, that I have taken, and I've also given their category. So we have got AA Star, and we have got Willy, Springers, Elsevier, Frontiers, all reputed journals, and the papers taken in the presentation are all under the same journals. Publishing journals, I've already talked about this. Authors, so as we all understand that using R, we can use bibliometric analysis, and via bibliometric analysis, we have BiblioShiny that gives me the top authors of the country in a particular area. Sir and madam, I would wish to draw your attention. If you see, for Farham, the number of publications are only 4, but then global citation is 592. If you see Kamor, you would see it is only 3, but then 534. This is the kind of citation that has happened, and that's the reason why top authors across planet Earth have been taken up while processing this review paper. I have talked about this. These are the theories and methodologies. Again, I would wish to draw your attention on the fact that kind of critical work that has been done. Methodologies and type: quantitative 65, qualitative 15, mixed method 13s, and then interviews, case studies, surveys, and statistical analysis. These are all different theories, sir and madam, which deals into the area of personality and academic progression and impact. How they are all connected, I have given a small brief about it. This is something that I could create out of co-occurrence network. This is something which has been created by VOSviewer, and this is the word cloud that we get via BiblioShiny, bibliometric analysis. So this shows how Big Five personality traits have been the most recurring word in the entire research. Thematic keywords, 4 clusters. I'll quickly move clusters. I'm sorry for a very dense slide, but then I didn't have any other option. I couldn't accommodate it further. However, it is more clear on the research paper. If you wish to see, I'll show it in the research paper as well. There are 4 different clusters that have been identified: predictor of academic success, demographic and cultural moderators, methodology, educational application, and policy implementation. And in terms of the key findings under cluster 1, we have got conscientiousness as the most consistent predictor of academic success. Openness drives intellectual curiosity, creativity, fostering intrinsic motivation. Neuroticism negatively impacts academic outcome due to procrastination, emotional instability, and stress. Practical implications. So what are we supposed to draw out of entire this story? Long story short, educators can develop personalized interventions based on the personality profiles. We talk about personality type A, B, C, D. We talk about DISC. We talk about Ocean. We talk about Miggers and Bryce. We talk about n number of things, but then end of the day, I only wish to propose this, that it has to be individually customized. We cannot stereotype students based on the preset model that has been given by some different authors. Let us understand, even in a country like India, 150 crore plus population, the most populous country of the entire planet, we cannot rely merely on few models that have been prescribed. It is high time for all of us to get down and pull up our socks and find out what we can do individually for students to treat their intellectual capacities. Cluster 2 is demographic and cultural moderator, where gender differences, cultural context, and academic disciplines were taken. Cluster 3, methodologies and innovation limitation. So diverse methodology, reliance on self-reports. This is something that I've already spoken about. Educational application and policy implications. I believe that implement of personality assessments in academic counseling to identify and address students' needs an early intervention. I would wish to share something. There is something which is known as centraltestasia.com. Now, while I was doing this research, I myself took up this test for my own self to find out whether I'm a right fit into the sector of academics or not. And I'm very happy to share that my first two traits based on my personality out of 120 odd questions, the first one was training and the second one was teaching. And I'm very happy that I've landed out in both of them. I believe if I am happy doing whatever I'm doing, if we can do similar kind of assessment while giving admissions to students in their different disciplines, not just by their free will of their parents or their non-logical ambitions that somebody would wish to go for AI only because of the fact that somebody told कि AI में job अच्छे मिलते हैं और पैसा अच्छा मिलता है. That should not be the approach. And if we can do certain psychometric assessments while taking admissions, I think we are going to be not only most populous, but then a country with highest amount of potential workforce that would be changing the entire sketch of globe. So that is the entire submission that I wish to see, and that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so good afternoon to all. Today my topic for presentation is that is invention in higher educations, a catalyst for enhanced accreditation and ranking outcomes. Right? Why choose I am this topic? Because this topic is related. This topic is related with my PhD topic. My PhD topic is related, that is the impact of accreditation and ranking framework for quality education in higher education institutions in Vidarbha region. Right? That's why I choose this topic for my presentation. In introduction, as we know that the accreditation and ranking process nowadays, it plays a crucial role because everyone or every institutions, they are going to be provide outcome based education instead of output education, and for that it must be required of unique or the innovative teaching and learning processes. Okay, so for my research paper, I choose 10 literature reviews, but out of 3, the best that I choose, these are mentioned here. The first in literature review, that is Singh and Mehta. This he focus on the digital learning tools that use by nowadays, right? And what tools the digital tools used by the students, they are performing well. Then the Prakash focus on the role of digital technologies, modern teaching strategies, and automated evaluations. Right? As we know that the nowadays the teaching and learning methodology has been changed. Right? Students they want knowledge, but they are not going to do a hard work for that. Right? So uh, third one, that is the Agrawal, discuss how the digital learning tools and multidisciplinary programs and international collaboration helps. Right? Why this is because for a research, and nowadays it is easy to take any certification or degree courses which is related with abroad. Right? By way of using digital or online platform, we are going to be easily access that course. Right? The innovations that are used in the higher educations, that is the digital learning platforms. Right? As in COVID we already use this digital platform. Then the AI and data analytics tools, nowadays the AI is plays a crucial role. In case of research also AI is going to be helpful. Then the blockchain technologies is going to be used to store the data, the securities of the data related with students, related with assessments and all the things. Then the global partnership also is going to be happen, because in NAC and accreditations, it required international collaborations with other institutes, right? And nowadays it will be happen because of digitalization, or we said that at online platforms are there. So the students, we cannot send students to the abroad, but we can uh, take one course or certification for course of that university for our students. So it will be happens. Then the personalized learning, the students and the faculties, they are going to be identify their lacunas, and they can identify their related with course, because the NPTEL SWAYAMs, these are the platforms. And we said that it related with gap identification, and we have identified the gaps of the students and the syllabus, and we propose them to do a certain kinds of courses from them. Then the operations and administration also, the operation AI also is going to be there. And some we said that the some platforms are there, right? We use certain kinds of softwares here to store the data related with assessment of the students. And as we know that as a faculty member, we have required to attain the, we said that the attainment levels and all the things for accreditation and RAC purpose. So this will be helpful. Then the online learning platforms are innovations in ranking and accreditation process. So platforms of online learning, as I have already mentioned, that the SWAYAMs, NPTEL, these are the various platforms that we are going to be used. And we, as per the contents of our syllabus, we suggest students to go for this course, and it will be helpful for particular subject. Then the effect of accreditation and ranking. So obviously, if we said that the students go to the for particular subject, means we identified the particular gap, and we said students that you must approach for this course and you will be received a particular kind of credit, right? And that also helpful for the accreditation. Then the research advancement is there. So the role of innovations, so the technologies integration in research, right? Nowadays the technologies plays a crucial role in research, because as we know that since morning we are going to be heard, that is chat GPT and gamma and all the things. And but the use of technology in research is to identify or to remove the gaps between the research, and it create with, or it improve the accuracy of that the research. Then the open access platforms and digital tool. So some of the open access and platform, that is the ResearchGate. The ResearchGate is the one platform from where we are going to identify the various research and choose our topic. Then the interdisciplinary research and collaboration. Nowadays it is required to do a research with interdisciplinary approach, because here or wherever, if the engineering and the management both faculties are there, so can we use a interdisciplinary research or for the project between a collaboration between engineering and management. Then the students involvement in research, it is nowadays it will be happen. Then the impact of accreditation, that is the improved institutional reputation. If we received the accreditation or ranking based on the above criteria, automatically it will be improve the importance of that institutions. The quality assurance in accreditation act, obviously if received institute received A plus and A plus plus, so it indicate that the institute follows all the quality assurance. Then the global competitiveness, already mentions the global competitiveness, because if institute doing a research activities, then it will be helpful for the institute to get a collaboration with outside country. Then the data driven decision making, the teaching methodologies, that the key innovation in teaching methodologies, that the blended learning and online platforms, adaptive learning technologies, the gamification and interactive learning, collaborative and project based learning. Then the impact of accreditation and ranking, again the better learning outcomes, the global competitiveness and improved students experiences. The objectives of my research papers are to examine the role of technological innovation in enhancing the accreditation process and improving the institutional ranking of higher education institutions. Second, to evaluate the impact of research advancement and interdisciplinary collaboration on the accreditation standard and ranking of higher education institutions. Third, to explore how the integration of innovative teaching methodologies and the personalized learning system contributes to improve the institutional performance, quality, assurance, and accreditation's outcomes. For this, I choose the hypothesis, that is the adaptation of technological innovations, that is digital platform, AI, and blockchain, positively influence the accreditation scores and ranking of the higher education institutions. And H0, that is null, the adoption of the technological innovation digital platform negatively influence the accreditation scores and ranking of higher education institutions. For this research design, I use 100 sample size, and I have prepared a Google form related with the primary data and circulate to the members who said that the IQAC members and the NAC coordinators, and collected data from them. And the sampling technique, that is the random sampling techniques, then the primary data through Google form I have already, and chi-square I use for the analysis. I use the 15 questions for the research, and on the basis of that I have made an conclusion that there must be a positive relation between the innovation and the innovation and the improved higher education accreditation ranking, right? Means whatever the data I have received, it indicates that it creates a null, it indicates that the null hypothesis has been proved. That's why it becomes a positively relation between the innovations and the improved higher educations. Then the technological, such as the digital learning platform, artificial intelligence, and blockchain, improve the transparency, streamline operations, and increase students' involvement, resulting in improving the scores of global ranking. Right? Because as we know that whenever we are going to be follow all the criterions strictly, it automatically impact on the accreditations. And whatever some of the external agencies also, for example, that the Times magazines are there, Outlook magazines are there, right? So they are also the data, whatever data we have received, so it will be helpful for the ranking also. Then the multidisciplinary research, innovation, teaching approaches, and the individualized learning improve institution capacity to satisfy quality criteria. Then the embracing this development promotes competitiveness, academic excellence, and sustainability, preparing universities for global success. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, because they have specified various criteria, and day by day they are going to be improving their criteria. The data can be manipulated, it's related, but if we are going to follow genuine data, then it will be possible that we will be received a better ranking, and it will be helpful for a global ranking also. nowadays the malpractices are going to be happen. Some institutes, they are going to be who said that the third party they are going to be used for ranking and accreditation processes, and the result is that the faculty, they are unknown the process, regarding the process they are not going to be means when the committee visits the the faculty member, they are unable to explain them because third party is going to be happen there. Thank you, sir.
Products that are promoted environmentally and socially responsible for digital marketplaces and sustainability of the world. Those products are called as the sustainable products. And what do you mean by consumer attitude? Means consumer attitude is the evaluation of a perspective of a consumer or the perception of a consumer, and to study the attitude of a consumer with respect to the some internal and external factors. Coming towards the review of literature, the awareness amongst the people towards the sustainable product is not very much high, and the consumers are only willing to buy the products which are sustainable if they get the tangible benefits from that. So the research questions of my topic is how to study the how aware the consumer are towards the sustainable products, and to read and to analyze their behavior towards the consumption of the sustainable products, and to find the attitude towards the find the attitude towards the sustainable consumption of that products. The objectives of my study are to study the level of awareness and the type of attitude consumer towards sustainable products, the factors that are affecting the most buying decisions towards the sustainable products, and obstacles that are stopping the consumers to buy the sustainable product, and the digital marketing influence, how the marketplace is influencing the buying behavior of the consumers, and to analyze the relationship between the trust on the sustainable products and the willingness to buy. Coming towards the research methodology, the research design is a cross-sectional survey. At a one point of time, I have collected the data from the consumers, and the data was collected from the 400 participants by using the stratified random sampling method. Coming towards the sample size was determined by the Cochrane's formula. The Cochrane's formula is used for the unknown sample size. If the population is unknown, then the Cochrane's formula gives us the calculation size of sample size of 385. I have rounded off for my study to 400 respondents. Then coming towards the data collection, the primary data was collected via questionnaire with the Google form, with the help of the Google form, and the secondary data was collected from various research papers, journals, and other websites. There are three hypotheses in my study. The null hypothesis, the first null hypothesis is the age of the consumer does not impact the awareness of a consumer towards the sustainable products. The second null hypothesis is the consumer trust in the digital marketing place is not correlated with the purchase of a sustainable product. And the third hypothesis is income levels of the consumer does not affect the willingness of a consumer to buy the sustainable products. These are my demographics. Coming towards the age, group, that is 18 to 25, there are 165 respondents. 26 to 35, there are 122 respondents. 36 to 50, there are 72 respondents. And above 50, there are 41 respondents, which makes a total of 400 respondents. The gender, male and female, male are 216 respondents and female are 184. Towards the education, there are high school and below 89, diploma are 49, bachelor degree are 187, and masters and above are 83. This is the hypothesis testing result, a summarized table I have made here. The first hypothesis has been tested by using the chi-square test, and the null hypothesis is rejected there. So which means that the age of a consumer does impact the awareness of sustainable products. And coming towards the second hypothesis, I have used the correlation here. And again, the null hypothesis has been rejected here. The trust in the digital marketplace is directly correlated with the purchase, with the product of the sustainable products. Purchase of a sustainable product. And the hypothesis 3 has been again tested with the chi-square test, and null hypothesis is rejected, which means that the income levels affect the consumer's willingness to pay the more for sustainable products. Means the people with higher income are willing to buy the sustainable products. So these are the key results of my research. The awareness among the consumers is not that high. There is a massive amount of population that is still unaware and having a negative attitude towards the sustainable products. And second important result is the most impacting factor on buying decision of a sustainable product is environmental benefit. And next is the peer networks, which means that the people who are buying sustainable products are attracted toward the sustainable product either because of the environmental benefits they are getting, or because someone in their group is buying the sustainable product and they are also willing to buy the sustainable products. This third important result is the most important obstacle in buying the sustainable product is the price, because the sustainable products are higher in the cost, and that is the most biggest obstacle in buying the sustainable product. And the digital marketplaces are building a trust among the customers by promoting the sustainable products at a very high point. The last result of my research is the consumers are showing willingness to buy the sustainable products only if they are getting a product value, affordability, and confidence in the product claims. Thank you.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है this is the bridging the digital divide is essential to reduce as we all most of the digital we are talking about it digital literacy but this is the major reasons where we have to target we have to develop some culture where this can be developed so this is my topic if you have any questions still my research is going on so I'm just completing what I exactly right now I come to know. Yeah, that's my point is not about the only ma'am is about the Paytm and online. There are a lot of investment tools available, like mutual fund, stock, loans, and a lot of things. So students are not aware about that. I'm talking about the digital financial literacy. Not talking about the digital literacy. Digital literacy, we all know. Most of we are aware about how to handle the UPI payment, Paytm. Our students also know but there are certain groups which are not about how to you can increase your this investment plans financial literacy so you can grow your business and even individually also. Yeah, that is also questionable sometimes so that's why we have gone from the district wise like which as per the map that according to the that we have done semi-urban. That's why Jalgaon we have taken Jalgaon rural area we have talked about. Jalgaon rural area. Jalgaon semi-urban. So there are a lot of, as you mentioned itself, there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of crowd which we can target, but they are not aware. I just ask you simple questions. How many of you are using this mutual finance or mutual fund or stock market related activities? How many of you are aware about the entrepreneurship activity, how to develop the fundraising and all? So this is a challenge which most of the youth are facing right now. They're having the capability. They're having the capability. They can grow in their business. They have the individually also they know, but they know how to do that. And when we are going to the markets, so for their own benefit, sometimes they are giving a misguiding. Okay, you take this loan because it can be beneficial for you, but it doesn't give you that benefit. So even in the mutual fund market, also there are a lot of this sort of things. For their own benefit, there are a lot of things are happening, and especially this is happening with those people which is not financially literate.
We have only two presentation left, ma'am. So, okay, then four.
That is more comfortable. In fact, if I can take the laptop.
Not laptop.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, panel. My topic today is navigating the future of learning, a comparative analysis on the effectiveness of traditional, blended, and fully digital training methods. So, I have been I have been into training and facilitation for 6. Is it okay? Is it audible? Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. So, the evolving landscape of education is driven by technological advancements. You all know that the rapidly evolving landscape of education and professional training has been profoundly influenced by technological advancement. Traditional face to face trainings were earlier into being, like when we were learners, we were using face to face training, but we have seen this transformation happen as we transitioned from learners to being educators. So, my study today is a comparative analysis between all the methods that are being used today for conducting learning and development programs or training programs. What I have so my abstract, I would just like to read it out for you. The landscape of learning and development has undergone significant transformation, as you all know, driven by the rapid technological advancements and shifting the learner expectations. This research paper presents a comprehensive comparative analysis of the three predominant training methods: face to face, blended, and fully digital. The methodology that I have used is mixed methods approach using case studies and literature review. Analysis of 100 plus training programs conducted by me over 4 years, wherein all the three modalities have been used for conducting L&D activities for employees of corporates like Infosys, L&T, and the EdTech companies that I have been associated with. And the feedback received from the corporate trainers, facilitators, L&D professionals, and learners. The focus basically has been on the engagement, knowledge retention, and the training outcomes. Now, basically, face-to-face trainings. In face-to-face training, the content delivery is, as you all know, through whiteboards, blackboards, or flip charts, projectors, multimedia presentation, and printed material. Assessment is through written tests, quizzes, classroom observation, group activities that we do largely in academic learning and teaching. The second method, the method which has come into being post corona, I would say, has been blended learning, where the content delivery is through LMS, video conferencing tools, digital resources. Now, blended learning largely is used in corporates, and corporates rely heavily on learning management systems, that is LMSs, and the assessment there happens through online quizzes, assignments, discussion forums, and blended assessments. In fully digital platform, usually the platforms like Coursera, Udemy, or NPTEL that we all are using, these are the e-learning platforms, and interactive videos, simulations are used. Mobile learning applications like Duolingo or Khan Academy are the one who are using fully digital trainings, and assessment is usually done through automated assessment, gamified learning tools, and analytical dashboards. So there is a very less human intervention in fully digital training programs. So here I've done a comparative analysis, and the parameters that I have taken are interactivity, accessibility, assessment and feedback, engagement level, flexibility, knowledge retention, technology requirements, scalability, and personalization. I will quickly run down the findings now. So the key findings and implications are blended learning excels in engagement and retention. Engagement with the learners is much more in blended learning as we are using both the digital as well as the face-to-face training. Face-to-face training is best for personalized mentorship or one-on-one training programs. Fully digital methods are ideal for scalability and accessibility. Organizations, therefore, should choose methods based on the learner needs and the objectives. The conclusion is that the effectiveness of training methods largely depends on the tools employed for content delivery and assessment, as well as learning context and objectives. Face-to-face training excel in fostering interpersonal connection and hands-on learning, while blended methods offer flexibility and enhance engagement through digital tools. And fully digital trainings, though highly accessible and scalable, require thoughtful content design, interactive tools to maintain learner engagement. And according to this study, we would like to underscore the importance of selecting the appropriate tools and methods to align with the specific training goals, paving the way to more effective and learner-centric approaches in future of education and professional development. These are certain references that I have used along with the actual trainings and the survey which I have conducted through Google Forms. So thank you so much. Is there anything?
Very good afternoon to you all. So my paper title is AI and Customer Expectation, Transferring the Landscape of Service and Customer Business Development. So with me, the co-authors are Yogita Madam and Dolly Mandan Ma'am. So this is the introduction part of my paper. AI is rapidly used in transforming the landscape customer services. So this paper is related to how the AI will help for the customer for their expectations. Whether this research paper examines the involving of customer with AI era in terms of availability, speed, service personalization and ethical consideration for like data transparency, privacy and control. So this paper is mainly have the key examined for a customer expectation associated with the AI. That means how the AI will help the customer and how effectively it will meet their expectations of the customer. So we explore the how the business can enhance the customer relationship rapidly in rapidly changing technology nowadays. So these are the objectives of my study, that is to explore how the AI will transform the customer expectation in terms of service, personalization, speed and availability. It also analyze how the AI tools such as chatbot, analytical analytics enhancing the customer experience and satisfaction. It also find the key challenge, find some challenges. So those challenges are
such as maintaining the consistency, finding out the errors, and trust. Trust is the major key that is very challenging in this to investigate the customer expectation through ethical practices with AI, including the transparency and control. So this is what I have found, the data analysis and interpretation, that it is observed that the personalized customer experience. To this chart, we have found that the customer's experience increasing, the waiting time is more. That is, in AI, if 25% of respondent responds to the target recommendation for customer services, and few of them limited by limiting the choice and removing the human interactions. In another graph, it shows the response time with AI. What is the response time with the AI? So this is a reflection, is a positive prescription of a customer by using the AI tools to improve the efficiency. So this indicates 2038 responses gives the time remain indicating neutral, and 10%, only few of 10% are that shows a slower working of this AI efficiency. So these are the hypotheses H1 and H2. So I have taken the two hypotheses H1 and H2. In H1, it shows how the AI integrate with the customers signification by increasing the customer satisfaction, and AI to prefer the AI driven tools which are providing 24/7 service availability for proactive solutions. So these are what the analysis we have made. Customer expectation through ethical practices with AI. So this shows strongly agree 90. These are the analysis, and the sample size taken is 280, near about 287, and these are the by SPSS we have calculated the p values for the customer satisfaction and AI integration. So it is some are the parameters that shows the p value. The p value in first, that is overall satisfaction, is less than 0.05. Personalization satisfaction is less than p value less than 0.001. Response time, it shows p value less than 0.05. These are also parameters, and in short, I to tell you that we have uh, custom H2 is accepted and H1 is rejected by the p value. So p value is calculated by using the object expected frequency and observed frequency, that is divided by object frequency. So if that values is less, p value is less than 0.05, it suggests that the H1 is rejected and H2 is accepted. So therefore, what I have shown in the last slide, H2 gives you what the expectations regarding to the customer which is satisfied. H2 is accepted and H1 is rejected. So these are all the findings which we have found, and I may conclude this research paper. सर परत लावा ना एकदा. नाही नाही, conclusion, finding and conclusion, finding. So I conclude my paper that the research demonstrates that customer increasingly demands for AI driven services which is available for 24/7. The business that statistically leverage the AI with maintaining the ethical practices not only meet but also exceed the customer expectation by gaining the competitive edges, and the because of this the business may grow. Why? Because customers are always available by 24/7, and the future researcher could explore the integration of emerging technologies by like generative AI and blockchain for further enhance our customer trust. So customer trust is related to the AI driven, and customer satisfaction is related to AI driven tools. Okay. So this is the references what I have used in my research paper, and thank you. Thank you for all. Any questions can ask. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rohit Saunke. I'm doing PhD in digital marketing with reference to IT firms based in Pune. So my topic is digital marketing strategies and challenges in the Pune IT area. This is the title. I have done research. So first of all, during digital marketing activities, when the companies execute their digital marketing activities, there are first of all, before we go and find out the strategies that what they you implement, we need to segregate the type of company it is. Is it a product based company? Is it a service based company? Is the size of the company? Because the results that the company get depends on their product size, company size, mid size, large size, or small companies, or are they startup. So we want to identify what strategies are suitable for which company. Is it emerging tools or website, UI, UX, social media, AI, adoption of AI? Is it suitable for these companies or not? Or they require a referral for winning a business deals. When even when they execute digital marketing in their day-to-day activities, every time to win a business deal, it is not very efficient to win a business deal using digital marketing. Where digital marketing से आपको inquiry आती है, website पे आएगी, so we actually need to talk to the customer. We actually need to go and meet customers, right? When you are dealing with the customers, आपको online inquiry आया और वहाँ पे आपका business close नहीं हो सकता है. Digital marketing is definitely useful for the companies to get the traction and interest from the customer, but to win up larger deals, you need to actually go out, meet customers, and we need to we need to find out how these big companies, from like say for our research purpose we have a Pune here, so how these companies actually go out there and win business from the international market. So what practices they implement, that is the reason I'm trying to do the research. What practices they do implement in their business deal winning. Okay, so this is the abstract key terms: IT business performance. What is their customer satisfaction plays a role? Is there a product, the company offering product plays a significant role? Or what is the digital strategy they implement that significantly plays a role? That is what I'm trying to identify here. The IT companies are growing. The revenue contribution in the Indian economy is growing. So this research is going to contribute to the research community, because we will observe these practices and we will try to replicate this digital marketing good practices to the other companies who are trying to win a business from the outside world, or from the international market. So this IT companies, the type of IT companies, 1980s, the IT companies are growing in Pune. Then there are around 900 plus IT parks registered in Software Technology Park (STPI) here. Objectives of study to evaluate digital marketing strategies adopted by IT companies and their effectiveness. Are they adding value to the customer? Are they adding value to the customer? Or are they adding value to the company? The second is to assess the impact of digital marketing strategies on customer satisfaction by the use of or how they are availing or getting the business. To analyze the relationship between digital marketing strategies and brand perception of IT sectors, to identify challenges faced by IT companies in implementing digital marketing strategies. Hypothesis: digital marketing strategies have created impact on the work successfully. Is it then customers are satisfied with software product or service? If yes or no, digital marketing having an impact while purchasing the software product by customers. Digital marketing relationship management has a good impact on software companies in Pune. So these are the hypotheses that I have planned, and through this is literature review, Proctor 2005, Keller, Arcus, these are some of the literature review I have done considering digital marketing practices and business development. Our research methodology, we have reached out to around 90 plus people, one-on-one interviews, qualitative research, quantitative based on the Google Form survey. And we have derived these results, product quality, is the product quality important when winning a deals, or service quality, or digital marketing practices. So it has been observed that digital marketing practices, what are the companies using, that also plays a significant role. Even the company is providing a good product, but it also required a good marketing considering the customer from across the globe. So 28% is significant in winning the deals. Then the customer, how your business development or the people interacting with the customer is playing a significant role. The person who is project manager or your delivery manager or your business development rep, the people who are actually meeting customer in whenever they are. So that also plays a significant role, customer support and assistant, while after winning the business. The impact on brand name also plays a significant role. So that was the second hypothesis. Here 56% people said yes, brand name and brand impact plays a significant role in digital marketing, accommodating almost 80%. Then relationship management, 90% says yes, relationship management with the customers are very important in digital marketing as well. Because digital, as I earlier tell, digital marketing se aapko inquiry to aati hai, but you have to go and meet customer. So that is what the future scope of the study as well. Now, human interaction is very important even in digital marketing, because aapko inquiry aayega, you have to go and meet, understand what is their actual need, फिर आप customized proposal बनाओगे, customized service agreement बनाओगे, and that is also very key in a digital marketing domain. These are decision-making marketing strategies. How the companies, are they evaluating their strategies monthly, weekly, quarterly, or depending on the situation? So that is this graph talks about. Review of digital marketing strategy, is it working or not working? Periodic review is very important, and the companies who are quarterly reviewing their campaign management or digital marketing strategies, they are doing significantly better. So conclusion is successful implementation of digital strategies leading to improved service quality, prompt customer support, and good customer satisfaction, impact on branding and relationship management, and future implication, like use of AI, use of emerging technologies could be adding value to my research. Now here I have focused on only the digital marketing. If we go further, step ahead, look out like AI tools in marketing, chat GPT in AI marketing, then chatbots in AI marketing, UI UX in AI marketing, digital marketing, and then human interaction in winning a deals using digital marketing. That could be a future scope, which I'm working on the second paper. So this was the, just for the digital marketing, how the companies are leveraging and how they can differentiate themselves in the market to win a business deals. So thank you so much. Channels, yes sir. See, most of the times what companies prefer, आप social media कर सकते हो. Most of the time people think social media is the only channel, but which is not. The website is another channel to do the digital marketing. They have their user interface, user UI UX, that is another channel. Then we have that LinkedIn, that is a social part of social media. Augmented reality से भी वो लोग करवा सकते हैं. हाँ. Yes. Which is the best channel, sir? It is a combination of all things which we play, right? For some company website might work, but for some companies website might not work, right? If e-commerce companies के लिए आपका जो digital campaign, social media campaign, YouTube campaign या ads बना के भी कर सकते e-commerce company. For service company, हाँ, which is the best thing? Combination of all things, human interaction, digital marketing, website, UI UX, a sub combination. If we do it in moderate way, with a combination of all these activities, sir, and considering all emerging tools. Now every day is coming, AI tools are coming. If the company is leveraging that tools, they will get significant benefit, because अब आपको ये भी करना है कि आपके competitors क्या क्या tools use कर रहे हैं, तो that needs to be added. So it's a mix of all activities, sir. And for company, अगर large company है तो उनका brand impact बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, और small company उनको तो क्या है ना, उनके पास बजट भी कम होता है और डिजिटल मार्केटिंग बहुत ज़्यादा हाई होता है, रिसोर्सेस होते हैं, तो स्मॉल कंपनी ये भी कर सकता है, बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट का कोल्ड कॉलिंग करो और डिजिटल मार्केटिंग पे कम खर्चा करो, तो छोटी कंपनी वैसा अडॉप्ट कर सकती है। उनके लिए क्या है ना, कोल्ड कॉलिंग करेंगे या ईमेल भेजेंगे, और क्योंकि डिजिटल अगर हम लोग गूगल एड्स के पैसे डालें, सोशल मीडिया पे पैसे डालें, तो उनका तो इतना ग्रो हो नहीं सकता, उनके पास उतना पैसा भी नहीं होता है और ब्रांड नेम भी नहीं होता है, तो वो शायद भी ऐसा कोल्ड कॉलिंग करके ईमेल्स करके कर सकते हैं। और बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दे हैव सिग्निफिकेंट ब्रांड प्रेजेंस, तो वो यहाँ से भी कर सकते हैं, व्हाट वी से स्पेंडिंग मनी ऑन एड्स, लिंक्डइन एड्स पे पैसा खर्च करके, पेड एड्स करके। थैंक यू। Overall, we are trying to identify. My objective is to identify what is the best practices. Right? So, this research हम लोग वही रिकमेंड करेंगे। छोटी कंपनी तो आप एक काम करो, आपको ये बेटर रहेगा। मिड साइज कंपनी तो आपको आपके बजट में आपको ये बेटर रह सकता है। बड़ी कंपनी हम लोगों को रेकमेंड करती है, सजेशन देते हैं। रिसर्च का आउटपुट वही मैं चाहता हूँ कि उनको मैं सजेस्ट कर पाऊँ कि आपके कंसीडरिंग आपकी क्राइटेरिया, आई कैन सजेस्ट कि दिस आपके लिए बेटर रहेगा, बेस्ड ऑन माय रिसर्च मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ। ऐसा आई एम ट्राइंग टू अचीव दैट। थैंक यू।
Hello. Yes, good afternoon all. My topic is deepfake and image forgery detection using convolutional neural network and recurrent neural network. My co-authors are Dr. Sonal Patil ma'am and Swati Patil ma'am, and I'm Sheetal Jadhav. So these are the contents: introduction, literature survey, problem definition, methodology, and references. So nowadays there are various multimedia tools are available. Because of this, there is a huge amount of image and video database available on the social media, as well as there are various image editing as well as video editing tools are available. Because of that, images and videos are manipulated. So this paper will identify the image forgery as well as defect detection techniques. So these are classified into two methods, that is active methods and passive methods. Active methods includes watermarking and digital signature. Watermarkings and digital signatures means here the owner of the image is having means that owner will embed the watermark or digital signature into the image. And if you want to if he or she want to authorize that image, then he or she will extract that watermark or digital signature from that image. If it is matched with the original watermark or digital signature, then we can say the image is authentic, it is not forged. Second technique is passive methods. So here there are three techniques, that is image retouching, copy move, and image splicing. So this is image retouching technique, where we are doing it on the daily basis. It removes the blemishes and eye bags from the images, means we are increasing the brightness and as well as tone of the image. So this is called as image retouching technique. Next is copy move forgery detection. In this, the part of the image is pasted in the in on the same image, as the textures and colors of the image is same. It is very easy to copy and paste it on the same image. And the third is image splicing. So here the part of the image is pasted on the another image. So this is called as image splicing. Next is deepfake. So deepfakes are the synthetic videos, images, or audio clips where the actor or the action of the actor is not real. So deepfake means it may be image or it may be audio or video where all the contents are manipulated. So this is the example here. So to detect defect means to distinguish between the manipulated image and the authentic or the original image. So it is very challenging task. So this paper will access the various defects as well as image forgery detections with their measures, and it will give the diverse set of techniques like CNN, RNN, and GANs. And GAN based method means here we are training our system using the GAN based method. Here we are generating the fake images using GAN algorithms. This is the literature survey. Next is problem definition. So currently modern techniques for defect detection is suffering from various challenges, because the current or existing detection techniques is having the problems like we cannot generalize it on the different context. Means there are various image forgery detection techniques and various image formats, so we cannot say that this will be applicable to all the context. And due to the advancement of forgery technique, it is increasingly difficult to detect the forgeries and defects into the images. The proliferation of deepfake and forgery technique poses a significant threat to the integrity and authenticity of the digital contents. Because of this deepfake and image forgery, we cannot say it is an authentic image or it is a integrated image. So existing techniques are still limited in generalization, computational complexity, and adaptability to the new type of forgeries. This is the methodology. So methodology uses the dense net based CNN hierarchic structure feature. So what is dense net based? Dense net based CNN uses the feature use technique. Means here there are various channels, and from each image the features are extracted. And that is reused in the next channel. Then hierarchic texture feature, it will identify the statistical inconsistencies in the texture. Then attention based mechanism is used to combine both densenet as well as hierarchic texture feature, and it uses the transfer learning. Transfer learning means first the model is trained on the another data set, and here we are using it on our data set. And this fine tune with GAN methods. So fine tune means we are intentionally generating the fake images, and we are training our system on that fake images.
So comparative analysis here, it will suggest that the CNN methods are best for the image, and LSTM means RNN is used for the video, means it is best for the video forgery detection. So this is the conclusion, that CNN based methods are best for images and RNN for videos. Thank you. These are the references.
Good afternoon, everyone over here. Myself, Priyanshi Borse, along with Yogita Dhande, we are going to present our paper, which is on a comparative study of blockchain technology along with the framework for IoT. In this paper, we are going to perform the analysis related to the security and the scalability challenges related to the blockchain. So, So just first of all, I would like to introduce my topic. So it is related to IoT and blockchain. So everyone today now are using the IoT applications. That is, what is IoT? It is the interconnection of different networks and different things. In that, we have digitally connected all the different devices available for the easy usability for our systems. So the applications of the IoT are limited to home appliances or any software networking softwares. So first of the major challenges is how to maintain the security and the scalability for this IoT devices. So that we are going to discuss over here. And another technology which is blooming right now is the blockchain technology. Now what actually the blockchain is? So blockchain is a distributed and decentralized standard in which the different transactions are being recorded. So blockchain is a blooming technology which we will use to secure our IoT. So next. So what is the importance of blockchain? So it provides the very secure data exchange because it is in the format of different blocks which are stored in a distributed and in decentralized manner. So it enhances the transparency in the system and it provides the immutability. So along with this, as it is having the distributed structure, it reduces the load on your central server systems. uh, as a next part, we have studied the different papers related to the IoT and blockchain. So here I will summarize the literature review on blockchain along blockchain usage for IoT. So here we will discuss about what are the different frameworks which are being used of blockchain for IoT devices. Along with that, the maintaining the scalability would be a major challenge. So this is the list of literature review. So in this, we have discussed the different titles of the authors, along with that, which technology they have used. Like in a blockchain frameworks, we have different frameworks like Ethereum, Hyperledger, IOTA, then IPPS, and multi-blockchain frameworks. So all these different frameworks are being used previously, and they are with respect to the different approaches of the different researchers related to either security, privacy, or you can say scalability also is one of the parameter in that. So this I have stated that key findings and what are the challenges in them. So next slide. Next will be explained by my colleague. Hello, I am Yogita Dande and continuing the next part. The next part is security challenges in IoT. The IoT networks are vulnerable to cyber threats and attacks. Just like we can say that there are various DDoS like attacks which can be directly done by the third party users on the various transaction like systems. Centralized security models create single points of failure. Just like if we are going to use the centralized system which is currently used in various systems, at that point on that centralized security models, the single point security is available there. So blockchain introduces decentralized security mechanisms also, in which the decentralized systems are there, and using the blockchain we can provide the various decentralized points to secure it by using the blockchain frameworks. So scalability issues in blockchain for IoT, in which again traditional blockchain struggles with the high transaction volumes, as IoT networks are a huge volume, having a huge volume for the various systems. There are interconnected in a internet of things, where their various applications are interconnected with the help of internet, just like sensors, cameras, and our home appliances are collectively attached in that system, and to facilitate the or to provide the security by using the blockchain system. There we use the various frameworks. IoT generates vast amounts of data requiring high throughput, as well as it includes the solutions on layer 2 scalings, just like using the directed acyclic graph, which is based on the various architectures of networking as well as sharding. Sir, so here is a blockchain frameworks for IoT, in which the first is Ethereum, which is public blockchain supporting smart contract. Then second framework is Hyperledger Fabric. Third one is IOTA, and last one is IBM Watson IoT blockchain. These are the various types of frameworks which are used to provide the security under blockchain technology. So first one is our Ethereum in IoT. It supports the smart contracts for automation. Again, it uses the open enterprises technique or modules. It provides high security but limited scalability. Again, the scalability issue is there, and IoT is a huge volume of contents on it. Just like we can say that the contents on cloud, high energy consumption and transaction costs are there because of small scalability, and to provide the security on the basis of centralized purpose. Next is Hyperledger Fabric in IoT. This Hyperledger Fabric in IoT permission blockchain offering enterprise level security. Also, it provides high scalability with modular architecture, and as well as also it is efficient and optimized for industrial IoT applications. Means as compared to the previous one, Ethereum, it can work on more. It can work on large scale industries. So, then next one is IOTA in IoT, that is Internet of Things applications. Again, it uses a tangle system in which directed acyclic graph is used for scalable microtransactions. Low energy consumption is required to control the applications as well as required systems, and again it is connected with the blockchain. Means very each and every decentralized point is secured by using the blockchain technology. It is ideal for smart cities as well as real time IoT data processing. It is used popularly nowadays. IBM Watson IoT blockchain, it integrates blockchain with cloud computing. Means the vast data is there again, which offers real-time security and data management, and which is suitable for various healthcare and automotive applications. Sir. So there is a comparative analysis of these frameworks. Here Ethereum, which secure which is secure to all the systems, but low scalability and high energy levels are used in the various devices which are real-time applications used in the IoT. Then Hyperledger, it is high security, it provides high security and efficiency for the enterprises on the large volume or large scales. And next one is IoTA, which is scalable, lightweight, but limited adoptions are there. And IBM Watson, which is a real time but cloud dependent, not a edge dependent. Continue. So this is our result or the conclusion related to the analysis of the different frameworks. As we have studied the four frameworks, we have come to the conclusion that no single framework is perfect for all the applications. So depending on the applications, you have to consider the different framework, and the hybrid models should be developed so that it can combine the pros and cons of each of the technique. And then scalability and energy efficiency is the area where it requires the improvement. So next. So future direction is the development of hybrid blockchain architecture, and then we have to develop the energy efficient consumptions for the various IoT things, and standardized frameworks for interoperability between the different platforms. So this is the conclusion for our presentation. Like blockchain is very essential for the IoT enhancements in nowadays, and for that security and scalability is a challenge thereof. So future focus would be for the optimization and interoperability in between them. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for me giving this opportunity. I am Bhushan Majan from CSA Department NIT. Our topic will be the future of computing, a deep dive into cloud-based systems. The presentations overview. The first one is abstract, second importance. The third one is introductions. The fourth one is system architectures. Fifth one is flowcharts of encryption function process. Sixth one is flowchart decryption function process. Seventh, proposals of workflow. Eight's advantages. Abstract. Okay. The core features will be how to encrypt the file from the data to as a original prompt, as a, such as a binary language 0 ones. The file encryption using a standard which is advanced encryption standards algorithm we will use. That is a blockchains for secure payments and transactions logging. So any examples about that? IBM has different, then Azure have different, then AWS has different blockchain technology. Then we should apply cryptocurrencies to enable payment gateway, such as cryptocurrencies like Doge, then have Bitcoins as a specific way. Then decentralized immutable uh, ledger from transparency to how to decentralize and monetization this process of encryption and decryption process as well. We recognize that this is a flowcharts of encryption process functions. We have to firstly start to select the files to encrypt to the as original data to 01s, to have entered the passwords and secrets key. Then we should uh, files encrypted successfully, and that is the flowcharts of process functions of encryptions. And then a flowcharts of decryption process functions. It is like to also start it is a decrypt to original data, then select the files of encrypt and such as a secret password key at a user password key. Then you have applied to files encrypted successfully as well, and you should end the data. It is like process functions of decryption. This is purpose of workflow. The first one is encryption process. Files encrypted before uploaded, then secret key generated and share only with authorized users. And it is a decryption process. Users enter the correct key, access files. That is the way of it is user to assist unauthorized assist as a unauthorized access to the block as the given way. Then advantages enhance to security. Encryption ensures data confidentiality, integrity and availability such way. This is a blockchain prevents unauthorized access. The second one is decentralized system, remove third party dependence. It is means use like such as third party apps, such means in scenario Vivo stores, then Terabox in such application, that the third party applications, the direct peer to peer transactions from users to interact with them. The third one is transparency and integrity, immutable ledger from tracking transactions to the anyone transactions, and it is actually said to the author from pricing and earn directly from these given directions. What about the limitations? Increased complexity, requires user knowledge and blockchains in encryption. Users have required to the specific way of blockchains and the encryption file. So the cost of implementation is high. So blockchain and cryptocurrency transaction may incur from fees. Then performance overheads, encryption and decryption process increase computational load. The such scenario of in cases of AWS as a services of Lambda S3 as a given way. Then the file size growth, encrypted files consumes as a more storage like data has ensure. What about the key findings? The major insight from our research is enhanced security, blockchain integration ensure data integrity and protections. Then decentralization advantage eliminates single points of failure, reducing cyber threats. Then encryptions, the AES based standard, advanced based standard encryptions, enhanced data confidentiality, and it is used also to integrity as well. The smart contracts automate access control, reducing human interventions risks, and then cloud scalability, seamless integration with Azure for better performance. Azure like or more cloud computing systems like AWS, then Google Cloud such way. Their performance metrics improving encryption speed and secure storage, fast access from everyone anywhere. Then challenges high initial setup costs and complexity in blockchain adoptions. So the result and discussion is implementation highlights deployment on Azure App Services, transaction facilitated using the metric network MetalMark wallet, and the performance metrics is such as the encryptions and decryption times vary with their file size, and rapid decryption compared with from an encryption as compared to, and that is the future works of these systems. The scalability improvements, it is integrate content delivery network from user to user, that is CDN. It is the then large scale deployment optimization for millions of users to use as a cloud services storage. Then enhanced features like support for advanced file formats and larger data sets through such as a AWS. The conclusion will be proposed blockchain based file sharing system ensure to secure and direct transactions to through that peer to peer connections, and then eliminates intermediates to improve data and integrity. Such as way final thought is these methods offer promising future for secure and efficient to cloud based systems. That's it. Cloud service. Cloud service broker means that is a third party applications will provide that. Cloud service broker. Oh no, sir. Hmm. Encryptions and like HTTPs, then peer-to-peer connections mode, and the decryption will be the such as huh in AW in that cloud base uh, decryptions. What I say? Thank you. Thank you.
A very good evening to everyone. My topic of presentation is job satisfaction and its impact on performance, a study of medical representative. As we know, the medical representative contributes in the pharmaceutical company on a huge level. So the stress level and satisfaction level get impacted on their performances. So this study explains about the what kind of satisfaction required to the medical representative. So near about 157 medical representatives are taken for the research study. So the objective of my study is to study the job satisfaction amongst medical representative, first one, and second one is how satisfaction leads to the performance of medical representative. Third one is which type of factors contributes to the satisfaction level of the medical representative. These are the three major objective of my study. So, as I earlier said, near about 157 respondents are taken for the study. My research design is analytical, and I design a questionnaire for the study. Now, data analysis and interpretation. I have framed some hypothesis, null hypothesis, and alternative hypothesis for each objective. So, for first objective, null hypothesis is there is a job satisfaction level amongst medical representative does not significantly differ from the neutral satisfaction level. For that, alternative hypothesis is the main job satisfaction level amongst medical representative significantly differ from neutral satisfaction level. So these are the three null hypotheses and three alternative hypotheses designed for each objective. So for proving the first objective, I have done some statistical analysis, and from that I have concluded that the mean job satisfaction level amongst medical representatives significantly differ from the neutral satisfaction level, and the medical representative shows a higher satisfaction level during the study. For second objective, I need to find out the correlation between job satisfaction and performance. So for that, Pearson correlation I was used, and this is the statistical analysis of whatever data I have received throughout the questionnaire. So it conclude that the significant positive correlation between job satisfaction and performance is there. And regression analysis, this is the window of regression analysis, which conclude that the job satisfaction significantly predicts the performance with higher job satisfaction, which leads to better performance. It means if you are satisfied, your performance will be definitely higher. So this is for my third objective. I have used ANOVA's test, then a coefficient table, and the conclusion of this third is it is the null hypothesis were rejected that minimum one of the factor, whatever I have factor I have taken for the study of satisfaction, so at least one factor contributes to the performance of medical representative, so the null hypothesis is discard there, and alternative hypothesis is proof. So in last, the result reveals the mean job satisfaction level amongst medical representatives significantly differ than the neutral satisfaction level. That is my first objective. The second objective indicates that there is a significant relationship between job satisfaction and performance of the medical representative. And the last, there are several factors which are significantly get impacted the performance of medical representative. It means if you are giving more satisfactory factors to the medical representative, definitely it will be enhance the performance of medical representative. So these are all uh, the this is all about my research study, and this is my conclusion. Thank you. They also get incentive, but they also have that much stress to achieve their targets. So it is very difficult because they are the people. They are the, definitely they will satisfied, but the stress level is also increasing, sir, because they are performing in front of those people who are more educated than them. Doctors were more educated, so they know more scientific knowledge about their products. That's why it will more stressful to face this kind of people. Thank you so much for everyone. The session chair, Professor Abhishek sir, Dr. Sonal Sani madam, and Dr. Swati Patil madam for chairing this session, and for the beautiful dedication from the research scholars also. Thank you very much.
अरे माउस किसका है?